Hello everyone, this is Larry3. I thought I'd do an in-house or in-garage live stream. I do not really have the bandwidth to gameplay, but I thought why not have fun and see if I can do a live stream in garage. I actually hope this is clear. If it's not, just, write in chat something letting me know that these settings could be better. Because I have not done this in years, and well, I've made videos as you can see, but I have not live streamed since like 2018, and when I done that I had a different laptop. This laptop, I haven't really played too much with live streaming on it, but I thought why not give it a try, and well, here I am. Like I said, if the stream seems like it could be better settings-wise, just let me know. Anyway, I'm going to showcase some of my tanks and tank builds starting at level 1 or tier 1, because why not? Let's get the lower tiers out of the way. Oh, but wait, Wargaming took away equipment for them, so yeah. I used to really like this tank, but it's just they took away its equipment, so I don't play it anymore. See the crew partially leveled, and I had ammunition in it. I had a camo on it, but took it off, and yeah, I was gonna sell this, but I have too much memories with this thing, and I don't know, this adorable tank. I couldn't get rid of it. It's more of a relic from the bygone era, even though it only changed in 1.10. Okay, FT, same thing. Used to play it a lot. For those who do not know, and I suspect a lot of people do not know this thing uses an autoloader, and I used to love this adorable thing, but I cannot play it anymore. I had a flag on it, as you can see. One emblem. They're a different one each side. I can't remember if I had a camo on this. I didn't play it that much. See, the crew isn't that far leveled, but yeah. Go to tier 2 now. Okay, this, I don't really play this. I didn't buy this. I won this from some sort of mission. And I have a video on my YouTube channel. This was the first ever German tank I ever played in this game. I don't play it, but I did play it a number of times. Well, okay, by a number, maybe 10-ish. But if you look on my YouTube channel, scroll way back, yeah, I have a video on this tank, and yeah. I don't sell premiums or rewards, so that's why this is still here. This tank I got for the anniversary event, and I deem it to be just garbage. This tank was a headache to play. It was just a nightmare, and see, it cruised at 8-9%. I think I had maybe 2 battles in this. I just couldn't play this. Although I do think it's kind of funny how they have its turret off to the side. I don't know, I think it gave it some sort of sass. I don't know. I like the way it looks, it's garbage. I gave it Vince to try and improve its stats all around. And a small repair kit because it's low tier. Okay, now this I played a lot in, and do not let the crew fool you. I used to have a good crew of this, but I took it out after 1.10, because it used to be able to carry more equipment, but this thing, this has stupid amounts of armor. Okay, see this? This is 40, and you might think that's nothing, but at tier 2, this thing will just bounce. And you angle it even slightly, this thing will bounce all over. I think I even bounced shells from its rear. This tank, this was fun. And I missed this tank. This is a tier 2 that I miss. This tank I didn't play too much in because this is basically a Hotchkiss H35 without the armor. So yeah, these two are practically identical, except this doesn't have the armor. In fact, I think their guns are the same. Average damage 27, average pen 46. Is that the, yeah, see? Yeah, they have the same guns, basically the same tank, except this has no armor. But this is an AMR, and I thought the R really rolled off the tongue, so gave it a little R emblem, try and make it seem cooler than it was, but yeah, I didn't really have too many good games in this. This tank, this is a fun tank if you give it the right build. You really have to go out of your way to find the perfect build for this, and even the perfect build isn't perfect. This thing is very susceptible to catching engine fire. I caught fire so many times in this, I had to put in automatic fire extinguisher. That helped it somewhat. This, since I didn't have a repair kit anymore, I had to go hardening to up its suspension, and it balances out. Plus I like the additional hit points. This tank is a meme. M-E-M-E. Oh, if you're wondering about the camo, I got it from the Waffen Traeger event, right there. I'd actually go in for some gameplay, but like I said, I don't have the bandwidth to go into battle, but I can be in my garage and show my tanks, getting the low tiers out of the way. So, yeah. But this tank, it's not turreted. It only has 7 gun depression, but it's this tank. I've had fun in this tank. If ever you want a tier 2 to just blow off steam, just play this little buggy go-kart thing. This tank, I have never played a game in this tank. When I got it, the crew was at 100%, so I gave them Brothers in Arms, and yeah, 0%. I have never played a game in this. Keep saying I'm going to, but just never queue up in it. That's probably because it's at tier 2. I don't normally have my filters set to tier 2. But I thought this camo worked on it. And yeah. Next up, tier 3. Okay, now this tank, this is what I call the bunny tank. The ears, and I don't know, it looks like a tank bunny to me. I don't know. But I got a different camo on this. I know I had. Yeah. Okay. I used to have a lot of fun in this tank. I didn't play it much, but I did play it a number of times actually. I had to have had at least 40 plus games in this, maybe more, maybe, but this bunny tank. When 1.10 came along, and see, we lost an equipment slot for it and a consumable slot. I didn't want to give up on it, so I done my best to give it a build. Since it's a light tank and tanks at tier 3 have no real view range, I went Binox and Vents to try and alleviate it not having a third equipment slot. I still bring it out when someone asks for a low tier platoon. I kept its camo on it. It's been nerfed to the ground, but I still like it. If you follow the Chieftain on YouTube, he recently done a live stream on this tank saying how it was one of the most garbage, horrible tanks ever. And something about the loading system. Oh, greetings, Prime Vega. I'm just going over all my tanks, as you can see, and yeah, I'm starting from low tier and working my way up. Right now, I'm at tier 3, and like I was saying, if you've seen the Chieftain's live stream on this, he just lists a whole bunch of problems this tank has. And I admit that in the real world it might be garbage, but in the game it's just a fun little bunny. It chases after its carrots. I'll sometimes say that when I bring this in battle. Come on, bunny tank, let's go find you a carrot. I just love the amount of ammunition this thing can carry. I need to see what this thing's maximum damage potential this is, because this is over 1,000 shells. My goodness. Okay, the BT-7 artillery. A lot of players have said this tank is really good. I don't think I had very many games in it, but then I only played like maybe 3 games in it. Okay, here's my problem. See the dispersion? 0.56. Not 0.46. Not even 0.36. 0.56. The reticle is just... I can't take its aiming. Yes, you'll definitely get to see the M36 when I get to tier 6. Because since I can't go into battle, and I'm mainly talking about tanks, I want to make sure I cover them all. And then once I'm done covering them all, I'll talk about whatever, and yeah. But I'm definitely getting there. Oh, I'm so gonna talk about IM-36. But this tank, I've heard players on Discord say this is overpowered, and I couldn't make it work. But if you can, yeah. Okay, 20 for frontal hull armor. Let's be... I'll give false hope here. This is angled, so that means, see how sloped it is? I'll give false hope and say you might get a bounce just because sloped means you can get a trollish bounce, but then it's 20, so, but, you know, RNG's RNG. It's really gonna hurt if a shell lands right here. This might as well be glass. What else? Okay, T116. This came along during the Wargaming Fest of 2019, was it? It is when they had the dog tags, which I really miss those. Wargaming, please bring back the dog tags. Chat, please tell me you remember the dog tags. You are not wrong, Prime. Okay, Prime Vegas says this is essentially the dispersion. See how it's 0.56. It's just, he's saying it's essentially 0.056. Yes, that's the Russian number generator for you. Well, we all know that the R stands for Russian. It's not random. There's no randomness to it. It's the Russian number generator. So this is the Russian tank, which means R and G will favor it. I've had a lot of good battles in this tank. Its dispersion is still horrible, but like Prime Vega mentioned, that you look at the R and G, so this 0.41 will likely be 0.041. Oh, Wargaming, nerf the bias, please. I always forget I have this tank. I never think about it until I'm at tier 3. And even then, as soon as I think about it, I just think about the dog tags. That's what I miss, the dog tags. Please, Wargaming, bring them back. T29. This tank, I was expecting it to be bad, which... Okay, the first match I had in it, I died, but then we won. Second match I had in it, I dealt some damage. I think it was a lot. I can't remember if I survived or not, but we won. I had 2-3 matches in this and I won both. Or 3, however many it was. See, look at this. Keep in mind, this is a tier 3. And at tier 3, 1,540. And you get... Look at all these shells. I cannot remember if this is a howitzer or not. That might be why I loaded 23 HE. See, the HE pin on it is 38, which at this tier is not bad because you're gonna fight tanks with armor that's 30. And then, what did this have? See, 15. This had 20. So, what do you have? Oh, 38. Oh, you're pretty good for a light tank. So, yeah, this was probably why I loaded an HE. See, average pin 38. Keep that in mind, viewers. Is this thing? I don't really remember it. And I'm really tempted to click the battle button right now, but like I said, I can't because bandwidth issues. But I imagine with this DPM and then that HE pen, this gun on this thing probably be pretty brutal. And I'm going to... Oh, they are Prime Vega. Oh, I can't wait. Okay, Prime Vega just said the dog tags are returning. Oh, yes. Oh, I miss those so much. It's something so small, but it's one of those things that I don't know. I love them so much, and then you decorate it. And mine had the U.S. flag, and then the tank hat, and oh, I missed it. And I'm certain some viewers will say it's just a dog tag. Yes, but I liked it. I heard one player mention that Wargaming is going the Call of Duty route by giving dog tags and what else did they say? I can't remember, but they did mention Call of Duty. I know there's one thing in Call of Duty that has carried over into this game, and that's in Frontline. When you go on Frontline, you'll have spawn camping armored cars, and those are just... I'll sometimes go back to the back of the map to find armored cars, hunting down artillery, and then I'll just snipe them. And say, get out of here, you spawn campers. Camo. What's this camo? I think it's a preset. Yeah, it's a preset. What are you? Made in USSR. I didn't pay for this camo, but I won it somehow. I think I won it in the dailies, I think. LTVZ38. Okay, this used to be my favorite tier 3. It used to be. put a gun on this thing for a tier 3. This could be a low tier tank destroyer gun. Let's see, look at its penetration. 82 at tier 3. That's really high. Now, keep in mind about the armor values. Remember what you'll see? 15 for this, 30, 20, 38. And to this to have 80. This was sort of a seal clubbing stat pattern tank. And the fact that it carries over 90 shells. And my stats are kind of garbage because I used to have a better crew in it. But then what? I took out this crew to place in a higher tier Czechoslovakian tank. But I didn't want to let this go because this, keep in mind, this used to be my favorite tier 3. What really made me give a second look at it was its gun depression. See, it's -5 and... Hi, Bogez. Waving to you. YouTube Prime. See, with 82 pen, this, like I said, you just looked at a tank and just shot and didn't have to think about it. Even if it was the most heavily armored spot, this thing would go right through. And with 40, and I used this before the HP buff. So this was before like tier 3s got 390 HP. This was back when tier 3s had like 250 HP, even less. I think you'd see tier 3s with like 190. Although memory's kind of blurry. But the gun depression. Aim time was friendly. It used to be higher, but like I said, my crew used to be better in it. What replaced it was this tank. This tank became my stat padding, seal clubbing, and I sound so dirty to say it. This tank, 15 degrees gun depression at tier 3 with 81 pen. This has quite possibly the highest pen at tier 3, 82. If there's a higher penning tier 3, please let me know. I suspect there is. But this on the tech tree, I thought to myself, well, if I'm losing 1 pen but getting 15 gun depression, I'll take this. This thing can ridgeline. And 25 armor, that's on the good end. See, this is only 15. Oh, this is 30, which I'm surprised because look at these D cups right here. Sorry, chat, I had to. This tank, it's same thing. A lot of times, actually most of the time, if not all the time, you can just look at a tank and this will go right at tier 3. Oh, this tank is brutal. It is brutal. And I was slowly grinding Brothers in Arms on it when 1.10 happened. Oh, hang on, I need some water. Yeah, I played this tank as much as I could before 1.10 came along, and I get why Wargaming removed the equipment slot, but what they should do is give us the option to buy an equipment slot for gold or bonds or something, because we paid good credits for these tanks and now they can only be restricted to 2. Although then again, if this was 3 equipment slots again, I'd just probably be seal clubbing again. And I do bring this tank out when players ask me to run low tiers. No, I don't want to say seal clubbing. I just said it again. Okay, tier 4 now. Tier 4. T6 medium or Proto Shermie. I like this tank. Some players had said use one of the howitzers. Okay, see this? It gets the 105 M4, but the stats are not the same as what you'd see on the M4A1, the first version of the Sherman. Okay, I'll show you. Let's go to the characteristics. Now keep in mind, I don't use howitzers anyway, but I thought I'd show you. Okay, for the T6, the gun loading, see it, it's 13.5, but for the M4, it's 9. See, rate of fire for the T6, 4.44. Rate of fire for the M4, 6.67. See, it's the same gun, it's just heavily nerfed. So for the M4, you'll get 2,733 damage per minute, but then on the T6, you only get 1,822. I need more water. Sorry, chat. All this talking and yeah. If you look at the dispersion, see T6, it'll be 0.6 dispersion. Not 4, not 5, not 6. So the reticle will be insanely large. Well, it's still 5.5, which is horrible on the Sherman, but now on the T6 you'd be dealing with 0.6, which is just, then compare that with the aim time. It's, yeah, I can't. The 105 on this, I wouldn't use it. If you're gonna use a howitzer, maybe this one, maybe. But I like the anti-tank cannon more. I like Pen. 92 Pen isn't horrible for tier 4. It's not the best, but it's not horrible. Pen wise, 5 APCR shells, 127. In case I'm stuck fighting tier 6, I had to use a laying drive. I thought about the aiming unit, but see, it does not have access to it, which really would have helped because it would have brought down dispersion to 0.36, and then when I get Brothers in Arms, that could have brought it down to 0.35. But it's tier 4, so I understand I'm not going to have all the equipment to work with, so I'm taking what I can get, and this is a fun little tank. Proto Shermy, you are awesome. Yes, I am kind of anti-derp. The only tank I really prefer to use a howitzer on is the Oho. I'll get to that later. M3 GFT has 112 standard pin. Oh, yeah, I knew there was a tier 3 that was higher, which I'm sorry for being late on that prime. I should glance at chat more frequently than what I'm doing. Okay, other than aiming, I went with optics, because at this tier, view range isn't the best. But 382 is not bad. For view range at this tier, I took the Quickie Baby route. He suggested binocs on anything below tier 5, was it? I get the reasoning, but I just can't use binocs because I don't want to sit in the back and, like, this is a medium. I don't want to bush camp snipe in the back. Granted, I could with 92 pen at 500 yards. I'm assuming that'd probably be around 80, but still, I can't. Camo is Together We Stand, I believe. Yeah, got that from Tank Rewards. I thought it looked nice on this. I'm glad it kept the little stars on the side. I would love to fire these machine guns, these 3. I just picture it going. Wargaming, please add machine gun options, even if it does nothing. I just don't want to fire it. Like, see, this will probably do nothing to a tank, but I just want to fire it just for fun. And while you're at it, give us an antenna physics. I want to hit a tank in an antenna and it lose 100 points. That would be a dirty sniping move. Okay, Panzer 4D. Vent, Slaying Drive, Grousers. This tank, it's a medium tank, but I turned into a light tank. So at this tier, I wanted to get around quickly with this thing. 42 at tier 3. Yes, that's slow, but then so many other tanks are slow at this tier. With my Grousers, I can just get up hills, cross water, mud, dirt, sand, snow very quickly. And just this right here, the pen. 103. At tier 4, you'll have 103 pen. And the only thing that suffers is dispersion, which, like I said, I'd use an aiming unit if I could bring it down to 3.6, and then BIA, that would make it 3.5. And compare that with 1,760 DPM, which would go up when I get Brothers in Arms. This thing could be a real beast. The yellow paint, yeah, banana tank. The yellow paint was inspired by a tank museum video I watch with I believe the guy's name is Lindy Beige, but do not quote me on that. He was talking about the Panzer III, and it had this color on it. It had a Panzer IIIL, and okay, just picture a Panzer III with this color. I don't have a Panzer III, I have a Panzer IV-D, and he said that Germany painted some of their tanks in this color, and I had this paint going the way, so yeah, match made in heaven. Valentine, I got this from Tank Awards, and this tank can be a real headache on the battlefield. I didn't sell it because it's a premium. Like I said prior, if it's a premium or reward, I won't sell it. Wargaming never nerfs premiums, and they always leave the chance to, it always leaves the chance to, if they buff it, you'll have it. Plus I have 27 garage slots, so. But the C penetration on this thing is 51 at tier 4, and tier 4 will see tier 6. 51 pen, and it doesn't have the alpha to back it up. So if you somehow manage to go through, you'll get a roll of like 41 in this thing, and it is horrible. Oh, this thing will fire fast. What is it? 2.14 seconds. It'll fire fast, but all you hear is ricochet, ricochet. It didn't penetrate the armor. That one didn't go through. That one bounced again and again. And when I got it, it came with a 100% crew, which is how I instantly got Brothers in Arms for it. And you know those missions where you get extra XP? I think that's how I got the 47 on it, because I only played this a handful of times, and I'm not gonna sell it despite how horrible it is. It's because it's premium. And I remember this, the APCR is relatively cheap on this. That's why I got 15 in it. What is it? 800? I thought it was cheaper, like 600, but still, Wargaming, this is the tank you really need to buff. 51 at tier 4, and it's a premium. Now, before anybody says the old rules of premiums, because premiums used to be for tanks that were garbage. Yes, but okay, you made the Tech Tree Valentine. Yeah, see, the Tech Tree one is tier 3, but then you did not make this tier 3. If this was tier 3, and it really helped it, because this thing does not need to be a tier 4. Either buff the pin in alpha or lower the tier. Please, Wargaming, review this tank. And beige pretty pog. I got a good laugh out of his forest video. He made a video about forest and trees. I'm not making any jokes, but it came out of, what's the saying? Left field, right field, whatever. I liked it, but it did give me a good laugh. Now these trees are all clean due to the supervision, and I'm just sitting there thinking, this is awesome and very informative, but I'm still getting a good laugh out of it. Okay, the Grant tank. I didn't want to sell this tank because I love the way it looks. It's so steampunk-ish. Not even atom punk. Maybe diesel punk, but I'd say steampunk. It's not how I'm used to seeing tanks look. This looks like something out of Star Wars. As a matter of fact, can this just be a plasma gun and make turbo laser fire? For those who do not know, in Star Wars, all their guns are plasma. And I just want to hear a turbo laser sound when this thing fires. But this tank, it's semi-case made? Semi? See, the gun is locked and you can move it slightly, you can wiggle it around, and so you really gotta play it like a TD. I would love to use this high velocity 38. Just, yeah, if I could switch between the two, I could roll around and brawl with this thing while hiding my hoe. Or I can go to the back and just snipe with this, which I do sometimes, hence the binocs. And a lot of players have complained about this tank, but it's the look that made me hold on to it. It's so different, and I love it. I know they sort of threw this together while they were getting the Sherman ready. For those who do not know, this is a stopgap tank. So you take the M2, modify it a bit. This is a really elongated M2 tank. I believe that's on the tech tree. Not that M2, the other one. I know the M2's here. Come on. You can do it, gear. Spin faster. I picture a little hamster in there just running its little legs. The hamsters are turning. Okay, there's the M3 Lee, the American variant. Here it is. This is the M2, and then all they did was modified it. They got rid of this thing and made the hole come out, and then you have a what's it called? Optical port, viewport, whatever, window right here. And then it kept this thing but made it wider and put a 75 in it, and then changed the turret. Maybe I can change the turret. Okay, but yeah, this is the baby M3, and the M2 looks generic. This thing does not look generic, despite how pretty bad it is. But play it like a TD. The camo is from the anniversary. Which one is it? Mark II. Yeah, I hear a lot of players say the Mark II is the best one, which I'm inclined to agree. This little potato turret here up top. Okay, the B1. For a long time, this was my favorite heavy tank, and I've never really been a heavy tank player, but this tank, yeah, I played this tank a lot, and I'm surprised the crew's only around 51 to 53% for BIA. I've played it so many times. I'd love to use the howitzer right here. After this gun fires, I could just instantly hit the shift key and then fire a 75mm potato round at it. And an explosive potato. This thing has trollish armor. I get a lot of bounces in it. I think I've bounced a tier 6 before. Okay, for my equipment. Vents to help the gun. Aim time is amazing in this. 1.44 seconds. It's really good. Dispersion is 0.37, which anything above 0.35 in my book hurts. But I'm usually in close range, so that somewhat bounces out. Not really. Somewhat. I went with hardening because of the tracks. The tracks are very pronounced and very easy to hit on this tank. This is just... Get ready for a "that's what she said" moment, but these are... It's so big. I'm sorry. Well, this little thing isn't so big. Oh, probably losing viewers right now. But to help deal with the so big tracks, see, plus 15% suspension repair speed, plus 50% durability, minus 50% hull damage caused by suspension, or was it impact? Minus 50% to hull damage caused by suspension damage during impact. Yeah, see that if these were covered up, I don't know if I'd use this, but these are not covered up, so yeah, I'm using this. And it being tier 4, I went with optics. I could have went with rammer, but 2.01. Can this even use a rammer? I don't think it can. Yeah, see, no access to rammer. That's tier 4 for you. I wouldn't use stealth on a heavy tank. This is a heavy tank. APCR pen 98. Could be better. Could be way better. See, this is just like the Valentine, except not as bad. The Valentine's 51. It's 66. Wargaming, please buff the pin on this. I know the armor is very trollish. This plate right here, to the right side of my point of view, this plate's very trollish. I think the turret right here is trollish too. What's the armor on it? 46. I think I've gotten bounces on it. This thing is not trollish. This little tumor thing, just that can hurt, especially if artillery hits it. Well, artillery will hurt any tank. I love the little antenna on this thing. They need to make an RC car of this thing. So I can roll around. Yeah. I'm not sorry I suggested that idea. Okay, everybody's favorite class. This used to be an okay SPG, but then 1.10 hit. So it lost its gun rammer. Or could I even use one before? Well, I can't now either way. My equipment, after 1.10 came along, my equipment was going to be improved rotation mechanism, rammer, and lane drive. But I can't get IRM at this tier, and I can't get rammer. So I've done the next best thing, went with the stealth build. And this will not give any splash damage, but I kept it just because of how it looks. I just love the way this thing looks. Looks like the designers were trying to be edgy or something. I don't know. Yeah. I thought this camo worked. Is there a band-aid on here? Because I know I've hurt tankers in this tank. This has no splash damage. But oh, it's my phone. Yeah, Grr clicker, everybody's saying Grr clicker. It's post 1.10. This is very garbage. This is a very, very garbage SPG, but I kept it because of how it looks. And I have brought it out once or twice just because of how it looks. And I thought the camo just made it work a little bit better. Aim time. See, I have to wait 5 seconds. And dispersion 0.75. It's and no splash, so this thing's also very fast. See, mobility 60. I can get around in this thing. In fact, if this thing had amazing view range, I'm sure players would just play it as a light tank and say forget it being an SPG, but it doesn't, sadly. Actually, I wonder what if I gave it a light tank build, what would happen? Or just threw everything in the view range. Binox 310, 333, 350. No, that's not good enough. I was curious, cause this thing will go insanely fast for its tier and for its row. An SPG that goes 60. Okay, its gun's terrible, but yeah. But like I said, the main reason just how it looks. Keyhole. No one seems to know this tank. I've brought this out in platoons, and I've had players say, "What in the name is that tank?" This is a very... I don't know. Nobody seems to know this tank. Oh, drop my mouse. Hang on. Okay. This tank is not fast, despite it being 50. It feels like it could go faster, cause I'll read it as 50, but then it doesn't feel 50, and it's weird cause I'll see numbers like 45, 47, 49, and I'll think to myself, I'm going 49. It's just, yes, I've seen 50 on it in battle, but it just doesn't feel like 50. I do not know. It's weird. But I gave it my usual passive light tank build, low noise, Binox, because I play most of my light tanks in a passive role. So yeah, I'll go in a bush, deploy Binox, and 429's on the low end, but then crew, yeah, they're not even at 100%. Say 98, 98. Oh, you're at 97. I was gonna give up on this, but then I noticed that Tier 4 kept all of its equipment slots. So I kept it, and when I do play this thing, I like to play, I don't know, Japanese music. Na, 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 Tokyo, Tokyo. I just play weeb music or Japanese music when I play this thing and just roll around. It's like a Tier 4 Chaffee. That's how I see it. If you do not have this tank and are looking for a low tier light tank, I'm not saying yes, but I'm not saying no. Keyhole kind of walks the line, and I'm half tempted to trade in Vince for Grousers, but then I love Vince. Like I said, it states 50, it just does not feel like it. And it states 63 for traverse speed, but it's weird, it just does not feel like it. I do not know. Okay, this, I was originally going to ignore this until I seen the gun. And just like the Panzer IV with its 103, this has a really good gun. Now it states 97, but it's essentially its gun is sort of a hybrid between a howitzer and an anti-tank gun. So see, its HE penetration is 70. 70. That will rival what tier 8 HE pens? I don't always use HE. I sort of switch between AP and HE with this thing, but it being 70, if you find a Hellcat T67 SPG, even an armored car, and you fire HE with this, oh, it's just brutal. I want to use a gun rammer, but it's tier 4, sadly, no gun rammer. I mean, really, Wargaming? I don't know why they took away rammers for tier 4. I can understand tier 2, because tier 2 already fires quickly enough for tier 4. 1,656 DPM. But that's gonna go up because crew's not at 100, and yeah, I cannot really remember why they're mismatching. I think it was because of the previous tank. It might have been crew layout. I do not remember. Also, I love the goggles they have right here. I know I gave this thing a camo. Yeah, I know it. Barrel changed. If you're looking for an easy tier 4 to play, this is it. And since this doesn't get a rammer optics, because it's below tier 5 and 371, that's not bad. Although, I don't know, I feel like I could do better with the equipment. I don't know how, because view range, in my book, a lot of players will say speed is the meta. I think view range rivals speed for meta. I think it's back and forth with those two. I think whoever has more view range, especially if you're using a commander's vision system, you are just gonna dominate. Which I'll get to that later. The vision system. Okay, tier 5. Oh, by the way, tier 4 used to be one of my favorite tiers. And then it slowly, it used to be tier 4, 5, and 6. Then it went to 5, 6, and 7. Then it went to 6, 7, and 4. And then it's slowly moving to 6, 7, and 8. But 6 is still my favorite. But anyway, on tier 5 now. The Chaffee. I love this tank. It's... If you're an old school player, yes, this tank used to be very powerful, and they nerfed it in update 1 or 9.15 or something like that. It was before my time. I joined World of Tanks about 3 weeks after the 1.0 update, so I never got to play it when this thing was in its prime. But it's still a pretty sweet tank. 62 mobility and concealment. It's at 24, but I think that might go up to 25 with BIA. But at this tier, view range isn't the best. Well, 5 will see tier 7. At that tier, view range is way better. But when this thing is at same tier below, like if you're fighting tier 4s, which this thing will see a lot of, because tier 4 is right below it, this thing will see tier 4 pretty commonly actually. and they have terrible view range. So 24 is not horrible at this tier for this role. 96 pen. No, it's a light tank. Keep that in mind, it's a light tank. And I'm using my classic passive setup. Thought about vision system, but you can't really get that at this tier. See, no vision system. And I play my light tanks as passively, so a rammer I ignored, vertical stabilizer, aiming, improved aiming. I still keep wanting to call this aiming unit, because when this thing was on the sandbox for testing it, it was called aiming unit. Then when the live server hits, it's called improved aiming. So half the time I call this thing aiming unit. Sorry. If you hear me say aiming unit and wonder what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. But I didn't use any of these because I'm passive in this. I'm very sneaky. But if I'm aggressive, Vince isn't horrible, and I almost got BIA. I love this tank so much. Put a female crew member in it. No other players will say, put stabilizer, put rammer, be aggressive in it. I really don't like playing my light tanks aggressively. But if you do, that's perfectly fine. This tank has some really sweet gun depression, -10. I think that's the standard for many US tanks, which I'm really not complaining. Hang on, I'll get some more water. All this talking, which I'm fine talking, it's just, yeah, I need water. I don't see how some people can live stream for like 3 hours and not need something to drink. Okay, Sherman. Many players have complained about the aiming on this, 0.38 dispersion, which, yes, it does hurt, but I do love this tank. This tank, however, if you look at my record, I have over 300 battles in it. Or is it 400? Look at my service record. I'm not lying. And I'm going to tell you why I'm pointing this out. M4A1, 361. Now, here's the thing. After 361 battles, a mark of excellence, countless crew books, I know I've had to get at least one Top Gun in this. My crew has not reached BIA in it. 361 battles. MOE. I've used crew book after crew book. They just will not reach 100. And you could say, have you had bad games in it? I mean, it's been a mix of both, yes, but let me go to my awards. Cause damage or critical hits to more enemy vehicles, at least 6. Okay. I could have sworn I got a Top Gun or something in it. Destroy 4 or 5 enemies in one battle. Well, that's not helping my crew apparently. Destroy at least 2 enemy vehicles that cause damage to your vehicle in battle. Spot enemy vehicles, enabling your allies to cause 1000 HP. So I've had at least one battle where I got 1000 in spotting. Still no BIA. Cause more damage to enemy vehicles than the hit points of your vehicle. 80. Still no BIA. Destroy at least 3 enemy vehicles in a row. The second and all consecutive vehicles must be destroyed with a single shell each. I would expect it more than 3, but okay. Sorry, I'm going over my medals, but oh wait, one more thing. What is it? Mastery class. Yeah, I got a mastery class too, but still no BIA. I don't get what it is with this crew. I wish there was something that could tell me how many crew books I put into this thing, cause it's just, yeah. But I really want to give this thing gun rammer. I really do. 4.5 seconds. But the aim is just, okay, with 38 after using this. If I didn't have improved aiming, it'd be 0.4. That's how bad the dispersion is. And I'm certain some tankers out there will say, 0.4, that's like howitzer. Yes, and if you put a howitzer on it, because this thing can use a howitzer, it'll just go up to, what's the howitzer on this? What's the dispersion? Oh, 0.55, yeah. Yeah, that's right, because I viewed it earlier. I like this tank, but it needs a dispersion buff. And one of the main reasons I like this tank is its hull. It's very sloped, swept back. It has no armor. See, 51, and then it slopes. You'll probably get 60 to 70 if you're going over a hill and peeking over, because it's got 12 gun depression, which is very nice. And somebody's shooting at you from down below, and it'll probably go up to like 80, I think, 90, and 30 degrees. Maybe make that 100, maybe. I wouldn't count on it going that high though. 128 pen at tier 5 is really not bad. Wargaming, please increase the dispersion. Using the Ad Astra camo, as you can see. Okay, this thing. This is basically an M4A1. The only real difference is that the armor is welded instead of cast, which means you'll get trollish bounces, or at least your chances of getting a trollish bounce have increased. It's also premium, so even if you lose, you'll still get extra credits. I like the way this tank looks. Yeah. The camo I'm using, American School. I won this camo and I didn't know what tank to place it on because it has a big 4 on the side, see? And then I thought, well, M4, 4. So I just put that together and see the big 4 because it is an M4. Yes, I'm that cheesy. I like the camo, I just wish you could edit the number. I'd rather it say 3, but that might be my bias talking. I brought this out in a number of battles, as you can see. See, I'm already pushing towards 100% in this. Players complain about the pin, but a lot of times I can make this work. It's weird. Can't make it work every time, but a number of times I have. I've gotten battles where I've gotten like 1.2k damage in it. With this, yes. This tank, this is a Canadian tank. I gave it the Maple Leaf. All you Canadian fans out there, yes, this is one of your tanks. Canada, no jokes, but look, you're just the 51st state, okay? I really don't think, I think the War of 1812 should have been done differently, because your government, I just don't like your government. I like you all, but I don't like your government. But we're not here to talk politics and points of view on government. Canadian tank, this tank is, it has 2096 DPM, but I hate the alpha on it. 75 and 105 pen at tier 5. 128 pin, 105 pin. Although I have no room to complain because I've done really well in this. I've had maybe 2 battles in this and won both, but I don't like the gun on it or its armor layout. It's not a premium I would recommend, but if you're Canadian, I want a Canadian tank. Sure, this is a giant weak spot, this little hatch right here. I like how they have a side vision port right here. You don't normally see that in tanks, that's pretty cool. And there's one on the other side. APCR, what is yours? 170? Alright, so with APCR... the phone again, sorry. With APCR, you'll get 170. I believe that's the same as a Firefly. Firefly pin at tier 5, if you have the credits, but I got this from Tank Awards. I did not pay for it. I'm complaining about it, and if you're wondering why I have it and am complaining about it, I got it from Tank Awards. The other choices I already had. It's actually from earlier this year. They was offering this, Thunderbolt, and is it T14? Or no, it was that tier 7 British tank. 405, something along those lines. Tier 7 British heavy tank. But I didn't want that. I went with this because I like medium tanks more, and I thought, well, it's a Canadian tank. Disappointed there's no skin with a hockey stick on the side or something. Is that? I probably shouldn't say that. I like Canada. Yeah, Canadians are cool. Like I said, I don't like your government. I'd rather have you as a state, but oh, cool. When you're not being cynical. T14. This has very nice trollish armor. Where is it? 51. See, it's 51, but then it's very well sloped. And I can side scrape in this. They'll shoot right here, this plate, and they'll just bounce if I'm angling it like 10 degrees. So, see, just 10 degrees, slowly pull back, and ding, ding, ding. The turret, it states 102, but I believe that's only on the mantlet. I could be wrong. It might be this flat area around the mantlet, but I cannot remember. This little machine gun port is a weakness. You'll see tankers try and aim right here. If you angle it this way, I think it might be easier to hit it. Angle it that way, well, same thing, I don't know, but I get a lot of trollish bounces in this. I actually completed a T28 blocking mission, and it's that trollish. Dispersion, see, 0.2 or 0.42. It could be way better, way better. I would have accepted 0.35, 0.36, 0.42, but the aim time's below 2 seconds, so kinda makes up for it, but not really. I can get a gun rammer. Let me see. I don't think an aiming unit would be the best choice on this, because see, improved aiming almost always lowers it by only 2 points. It states -5%, but it almost always lowers it by 2 points. So 0.2 down to 0.4. Where's it at? See, it's still terrible, so I didn't go with aiming unit or improved aiming. Know what I mean? I had a camo lying around. I don't normally prioritize heavy camos for heavy tanks, but I had this laying around, so hey. It's free. It's free camo boost. 2099, not horrible for tier 6. That's the DPM, 2099. And that's after Brothers in Arms. See, I've played this tank a lot actually. I'm working on its second skill. And I'm in the latter half of that. Okay, Stug 4, the taco tank. If ever you heard me in Discord say, I like my taco tank. It's this, because it looks like a taco to me. Although I've had some players say it's a TIE Fighter tank, which I can also see that. This tank, it's basically a Stug 3B, but 1 tier higher. So see the gun? 75, 40, L48. Okay, go to the tech tree. Where's the Stug 3B? Here it is. Same gun. So you have, actually, just picture, this is basically a Stug 4. This is a Stug 4, except now you have spaced armor on the side. But it gets preferential matchmaking, so that somewhat helps. Since it gets that, it's almost always in the latter half of the roster. I've never been bottom tier in this tank. I've always been mid tier or top tier. And like I said, preferential matchmaking. I went with Vance because it's, see, closed top. Reloading's not too bad. See, I don't even have BIA. It's 3.12 seconds. APCR is a must. You only get 158, but even still, I carry 5. 5 is usually my standard. There's not much to say. It took me about a year and a half to get this tank. Stug missions are really not that difficult. All you players out there who are grinding towards the Stug, do not, and I repeat, do not waste your skips on it. What are they called? These backup orders, do not waste them on the Stug. Stug missions are very easy. As soon as you get past this, all the Stug missions, you're going to look back and say, oh, why did I waste a skip on that? It really, just activate the missions and just, you'll eventually get it. That's what happened to me. I just activated them, and roughly a year later, year and a half, I got the Stug 4. It's really not worth it to use the skips on this, because players have complained about the penetration. It doesn't feel like a tank destroyer gun. It feels like a medium tank gun. I'd give it 20 more pen. Actually, if they really wanted to make it feel like a reward, just have it fire APCR as its default. But I know that probably be breaking what happened in history. Although Wargaming plays fast and loose with history in this game anyway, so that point's mute. It just, please Wargaming, just 10 more pen. Or at the very least, more alpha. Either or, the gun really needs a buff. I do like this tank, but I wholly admit that this tank needs a buff. Dispersion's fine, aim time's fine, gun depression is surprising. It's the pen. And I'm surprised it can reach more than 2,000. 2,114, that's more than 2.1k DPM. I'm surprised based on this gun. Okay, T-34S. A number of players have bought this from the Bond shop. I got this from some sort of event that happened in Is it 2018? And if you got the tier 8, you got this tank. If you got the tier 10 of the missions, you got the camo. And it's got this stuff on the back, which, yeah. It's basically a T-34 that can handle HE a little better. It's spaced armor. Spaced armor on this side, all around the turret. I think the front, yeah, the front been reinforced. I don't think so. No, the front hasn't. Okay, just the sides, on the rear, all around the turret. I've gotten trollish bounces in it unexpectedly, but don't rely on its armor. Its armor is improved, but even though it's spaced armor, I still wouldn't rely on it stopping high tier HE. See how it's a gap a little bit right there? Just, it's not good, it's not bad, it's mediocre. It's C minus, D plus tank. But I have had fun in it. It's the shell velocity. 950, that's not bad. That's pushing 1K. Yeah, I believe it'll make credits. No, it's a reward vehicle, so it won't even make credits. I'm not selling it to play it, or I have played it a number of times before, as you can see. See? Almost BIA. Played it a number of times. Like I said, it's not great, it's not horrible, it's slightly below mediocre, but it's not horrible. I hope I'm not contradicting myself. Let's go ahead to next tank. Sherman 3. This tank is basically this tank, but with a welded hull instead of a cast hull. The Sherman 3 is an M4A2. So you have your M4A1, then your M4A2. But since it's British, or since Wargaming placed it on the British tree, they didn't want to say M4A2. They wanted to say Sherman 3 or Mark III Sherman. But I do like it. It's the same thing. See dispersion 0.39 and then 0.38. See, it still suffers from the aiming stuff. But that good old 76, which can pen Tiger 1s frontally and make them frustrated. Survivability. Armor 51, same as M4A1. Like I said, it's the same. All they really did was put in a slightly better engine and just change the way they build the hull. Same hull, just welded now. And more sloped. Although, I believe only the early model A2s had this much slopage. I could be wrong though. But it's an M4A2, so I placed the US flag on it. Placed Holly in it, because I got her from the event, why not? I don't really play it as much. Cruise at 96, but it took a long time for them to get to 96. And loadout's the same as my A1, because like I said, same tank, just different hull, slightly better engine. Let's see, what's the engine? 460 horsepower, 48 top speed. Oh, even the engine's not better. I thought it was. Okay, if there's any historians in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the A2 got a better engine. I thought it did. I know the A3 definitely did, but again, I'm not perfect with history, so even though I like history, I like this little shopping cart thing, right? I can go grocery shopping with this. Is there a grocery store on Highway Map or Paris? and get food for my tankers. Tankers, yeah. Okay, Valiant. This tank went through the same process that so many other reward tanks went through. So whenever Wargaming releases a reward vehicle, it'll go through a sort of process. Everybody will say this is garbage, this is horrible. Then a week later, they'll say it's not horrible. And a week after that, they'll say this is an okay tank. It happened with the Char, the AE Phase 1. What else was the reward vehicle that they released from an event? Either way, this went through that process. So everybody hated it, and even I. It's like when you take this tank in the battle, it's like there's magnets pulling you to the ground. It's very slow, but it has so much front armor. Is that a pike nose? Either way, I've gotten a lot of bounces in this. The armor is very nice. Well, for a tier 5, I'll put emphasis on that. For a tier 5 medium tank, it's very nice. Look at this, 114 all armor, and then it's sloped. Gun's pretty horrible on it. C91 pen at tier 5. It reminds me of a Cromwell, especially with this thing right here. It's like a Cromwell that lost its engine and gun and got more armor. Baby Cromie. I like it. When I first got it, I disliked it, but then it somewhat grew on me. Somewhat. This thing needs a turbocharger. It needs it. I do not care what excuse you have, what points you make. No, this thing needs a turbocharger. It needs it. Okay, vents help with the dispersion and other stuff all across the board. I wanted to use aiming unit, but I'm using a laying drive, and that only brought it down to 230. Without the aim unit, anything above 2 seconds is bad for me. So imagine it being more than 2 seconds and 2.13 seconds. That's on the upper end of what I'm willing to tolerate. If I get the crew to BIA, which I wouldn't put it past me, maybe sometime in the future, maybe I might switch the aiming unit, get it down to 0.35 dispersion. See, I'm a tank destroyer main, so I grew very sensitive to dispersion, and I need it on my tanks. Hang on one moment. I'm gonna check and see if my stream is alright. Okay, it's still in the green. Okay. GR1. Underrated tank. Suffers from horrible dispersion. But, again, my crew's not the best, so we'll see. When I get 100%, I might get it down to 0.51 and then BIA 0.50 and then who am I kidding? I'm giving myself false hope. Dispersion is terrible. But I do like this tank. I always forget about it though, because it has a howitzer. Which is weird because I don't like howitzers. And how many times can I say I just don't like howitzers. I give it some heat. And I think it makes this camo work very well. I grinded for this tank back in 2019, and it took a while. You cannot see it now, but it was right around here on the tech tree. It's tier 5. But to get to it, there was a tier 4 that had a really, really, really long grind, and I don't know how to finish this sentence. I could get it, but the grind was just so long. The tank has been moved to the shop, and I'll show you why it took so long. Oh, I need the stretch. Here it is, the SARL-42. Okay, can't see the research. This gun right here, it was either this one or this one. One of these two required so much XP. Which was it? It's not showing me. I think it was this one. This is 110 pence. I'm fairly certain it was this one. I thought it would show me the XP, but it's just, it was so long grinding the gun on that tank. It took me forever to get the GR1. And when I finally got it, I was so frustrated with the SARL-42 that I just sold it. I might get it back one day because the pin on it's nice. 100 for tier 4. It's not bad. Let's chat, see if anything's. Hang on. One moment, everybody. Just need one moment. Sorry, I hope I'm not keeping you all waiting. Okay. M10 RBFM. This is probably my favorite tier 5. This is a very powerful, in fact, someone call it overpowered tank. Its view range. At tier 5, you're almost at 500 view range. So that might be because of my insanely grinded crew. I said it again. Sorry everyone. This tank, you get in the bush, you're really not meant to brawl. If you brawl in this tank, you are doing it wrong. Woe unto thee who brawls in this tank, because I've seen tankers brawl in this. It's the gun. They'll see 130 pin and think, oh, I'll just go brawl in this. No, do not brawl in this. This thing shines as a sniper, and with this much view range, you can just outview everyone at tier 5. Remember the bush mechanic. Go into a bush, let your binocs deploy, and pull back after they're spotted, and just go to town. You can feast on tanks with this tank. And Spurgeon's not horrible. 0.35, I'd feel comfortable with 0.34, but I guess Wargaming had to balance it out somehow because the view range and the pen. Ooh. This can be a game carrier in the right hands, and I love it. Okay, as I click on this tank, I picture a number of players just complaining. So many people had trash talk this tank, which I do not blame him. Its main problem is the reload. See, I've got Brothers in Arms, Gun Rammer, Vince, and my reload's 4.38, and the DPM 1509. I kept it, and this tank is a very acquired taste because of its pen. 132 pen. I paired that with an aiming unit for 3-3 dispersion, and it's a very nice support tank. But again, it's an acquired taste. To all those who are watching and know this tank and hate it, I get it. I really do. I am openly admitting this is an acquired taste. I like it. It's the pen I love. I can just look at a tank and say, I can pin you. Even if I reload slowly, which is quite disheartening. I still, I kept it, gave it a girl, loved it that much. Again, I am admitting this is an acquired taste. Don't come at me with the pitchforks. I know some of you might say, hey Treat, what are you thinking? It's the pen. False hope for sloped armor. This is sloped, but it's only 50 and it's not even really well sloped. Really, it's the gun. If this tank didn't have this much pen, I would have ignored it. It's all in the gun. I'll hurry up and get this off the screen before players start complaining. Okay, 25 TP. I was going to sell this when the new Polish medium tank line came out, but I think this is better than the DS. So Polish. You've probably seen the DS. I'll compare the two. Okay, I'm gonna give you equipment. Top configuration. So you can have vents. Rammer. Improved aiming. Okay, got that down to 0.34. Camo, because why not? Oh, you don't even. Okay, I'll give you 100% crew just to see. Okay, see, I like the gun stats more on the 25 TP over the DS. Plus, I get more gun depression. Better dispersion. I'd like to have this much aim time on the 25, but I think this is Wargaming trying to balance it out. Okay, I prefer the 25 TP way more than the DS, but if you want the DS, go for it. I think the 25 TP is better. Now, some tankers have said this tank is ugly. I can get that, but to me it looks like a sort of land ship. Like, this looks like a naval turret gun. And then you have this long gun with a nice muzzle brake on it. I like that. And then mini turrets. It looks like a sort of land ship to me. If this thing switched roles to a tank destroyer, it would not surprise me. I'd call it a land destroyer. This gun, 135 pen at tier 5. This is one of the highest penning guns I have seen at tier 5. And if you don't have it but are going for it, I'd keep it. If you have it but have gone past it, I guess it's up to you if you want to get it back. I kept it because I like it. It's the gun. Again, the gun. And I don't mind the way it looks. Actually, I was going for the tank after this. The 40 TP. See, if you notice, I stopped right there and didn't get any of these because I didn't want any of these. These are all heavy tanks. I'm not the biggest heavy tank player. I really wanted this tank. And it's one of those cases where it is the gun again. Nice 90mm. I've had good memories with this tank. It was slow, yes, but then the gun, 240 alpha per shot. This is like an M36 gun that's not quite there. It's this pen anyway. Yeah, the pen's not quite there, especially for APCR. Damage it is. But I did have a whole lot of fun in this tank. But I sold it and moved the crew to the CS44, which I'll get to that later. This is my last tier 5? Oh, it is. Okay, tier 6 now. Yes, it's time to talk about my M36. And here she is, my baby, my stat padder, my seal clubber, my one and only favorite tank in the game. Oh man, my M36 have been through so much in tanks. It's just skirmishes, training rooms, games where I've gotten 3.7k in damage, games where I got 100 in damage. It's just, I think of the memories I have in this tank. I need to stop saying I apologize. Chat. Okay, I'll start with the exterior first. So violet's my favorite color, and then black would be runner up, and then white would be third favorite color. This right here you see on its cheek, see how it's 1, 2, 3, and then an angel wing? That's very similar to my personal real world like symbol logo that I created for myself. And I wanted that to be on my tank, so you have a 3 with an angel wing. And hence that, if ever you wondered what that was on the side. License plate, 3, of course. 2 stars, I got one easily. I really wasn't going for the second one, but players in Discord just kept bugging me again and 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 again. When are you gonna 2 mark it? 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 If my constant repeating is sounding annoying, when are you gonna 2 mark it? When are you gonna 2 mark it? Yes, this is what I had to go through. Have you 2 marked it? Why aren't you 2 marking it? Yeah. So after like 2 years of hearing about 2 marking it, I finally just said, fine, 2 mark it, fine, whatever. Don't bug me about marks again. So in 20 battles, or around 20 battles, I 2 marked it. Popped up. Mark of excellence. I went and showed everybody, and I said, there, please, 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 please shut up about marking a tank. It wasn't a week later. When are you gonna 3 mark it? When are you gonna 3 mark it? Have you 3 marked it? Why have you not 3 marked it? I don't feel like marking it. I want to play tanks for fun. I don't want it to feel like a job or grind anymore than it has to be, and this is my favorite tank. I don't care what some players say. I got the 2 marks, even though I didn't even want to. There you go. And they can say, in Discord, you'll hear players say, well, why aren't you improving yourself? I don't need a mark to show that I'm capable of sniping in this tank. I really don't have anything else to add to it other than that. I really don't care about the marks. They're enjoy them. The star, when I first got my M36, it had a star right here and right here on either side of the cheeks, but I removed them when I got the option to. But I still wanted the star, so I placed the star up on its upper front plate, sort of like how it had in real life, and well, I liked it. I like how it looks like the star is bolted on it. Another plus. Okay, crew. I can talk about crew. See, they said, why haven't you eliteed it? Which is another thing. They say if you can elite it, you'll get all the necessary skills faster. Well, yes, but you know, at this point I'm kind of running out of skills. Oh, there's that. I think my crew's fine. They're working on their 6th skill. What I chose for is more personal taste. So I always go Brothers in Arms first. No matter what the tank, always Brothers in Arms. Light tank, heavy tank, medium tank, SPG, even armored car. You're getting BIA first. After that, everything went into view range. Well, we can get view range, she can. Well, I got 6 cents, then recon. So my radio person. See, situational awareness. Went with view range first, and then yeah, I started focusing on gun and concealment. Well, not for my driver. I went for controlled impact. Although I cannot remember why. I mean, I know what controlled impact does. I think I was dealing with a tank ramming problem back in like 2018, 19. Anyway, see, 2.8 million XP. I've played this tank a lot. And give it a loading system because it's my favorite tank. Now it currently uses improved rotation mechanism, but when I get the bounty one, I'm gonna get that. I'm getting close to halfway there. Oh, yeah, here. Okay, stage 30. At stage 30, I'll get the bounty rotation mechanism, and I'll place it on my M36. 2.2k DPM, 0.33 dispersion, 1.5 9-second aim time. She's very underrated. I've had to compare this tank to the Hellcat a lot. I've had a number of players approach me and say, Hellcat's better, Hellcat's better. Okay, let's see. So I'll compare both of them. Let's give you pretty much everything. A loadout I would use. Okay, I'm using a gun rammer. Now, your first thought would be, that's not fair, because you're using a loading system on your M36. Well, keep in mind, I'll change in a minute. With 100% crew, Brothers in Arms, and a rammer in the firepower slot, it just barely crosses the 2k DPM mark. So I'll give it a loading system. Actually, first I'll give it a bounty rammer, because I suspect some players might place it on that. 65. Okay, now we'll go loading system. After 100% crew, brothers in arms, and bond equipment, it still doesn't even reach 2.1. See, the gun stats just are not there. Well, it's not going to win in survivability either. It's a M18. Mobility. This is what it will win in. Okay, see, my top speed is 42. It's 72. So it'll go 30 more than me. Well, verse speed's pretty much the same. Mine's 11, it is 12. Huh, its maximum limit is 21. Well, anyway. Concealment. Mine's 36. It's 57. Actually, there's something I wanted to test on the Hellcat. I wonder... what will be concealment? Ooh, 58. Okay, the Hellcat goes through the same thing my M36 does. With the top turret, its concealment will go up. That's actually why I use the stock turret on my M36. For the M18, same thing. With stock turret, its concealment will go up. But you cannot mount the 90. Well, there we have it. Maxed out M18, DPM 2089. Maxed out M36, DPM 2220. Hellcat wins in mobility and in concealment. View range is the same. Better radio. It is an ambush TD, so that's probably why. And there we have it. I am 36. Hang on, checking in chat. Whoever gave me a thumbs up, thank you. Actually, really appreciate that. Did not have to, but you did. Thank you kindly. Okay, T-78. This tank, think of it as sort of a coupe version of the M36. See, same turrets. The military just basically took an M36 turret and placed it on a Chaffee. M24 hull, M36 turret. I'm really not complaining. For loadout, I would use Rammer, Camelnet, and Binox the usual, but I had to switch Camelnet for an improved aiming unit. It's because the T-78's biggest flaw is that it suffers from dispersion issues. So, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Let me show you what its dispersion is without an aiming unit. .36. I cannot snipe with that. It's a headache. I cannot do it. Cannot do it. See, DPM's kind of low. It's actually around the area of a Hellcat. But here's what I'm going to do for the future. I'm going to give it a loading system and place the aiming unit in the firepower slot. So DPM reaches 2.1k and I get 33 dispersion. That's my plan for the future anyway. There's one more tank I need to get out of the bond shop. Once I get that, then I'll start saving up again. And yeah, T78 with 2.1k DPM and 3.3 dispersion. Be awesome. I've had very good games in this. Got a mark of excellence. I'm really not trying for the second one. It's not that I'm against MOEs. I don't feel like grinding it, and I don't want World of Tanks to become sort of like a second job. Because since gaming is my escape from whatever that's frustrating me at any one point in time, I don't want it to be a job. So I play it for fun. I play this for fun. I tried putting a star on the front plate, but it didn't go too well, so I kept the stars on the side. Like the USA star. In God we trust, because I'm a Catholic. And T78, which is my M36 coupe. T21, I used to play this a lot. Actually, I played it a lot when I was grinding it towards the T71DA, because at that point in time, the T71DA was on the tree. Actually, hang on, I need more water. One moment, I need to check something. Okay, it's the same for all my other tanks. I went with a passive build. Only this time I got the scouting slot, which means its concealment goes up to 26. After I get the BIA and concealment, oh, I shall have very much fun at this. Oh, thank you everyone. I'm looking in Discord right now. They're saying it's going good. I asked them about the tanks, and yes, imagine garage streaming, because I thought, why not? And I do appreciate the feedback. Anyway, my T21 is a passive build, like all my light tanks, and I don't play it as much, but when I was grinding towards the T71DA, I played this thing so much. And a lot of players said, why would you want this when you can have the T37 at this tier, or the Type 64? Well, a Type 64 is a premium, so I didn't count that, and this I did play actually. I actually placed one of the more recent camos on it. See, I even got a star. And see, they're using the same build. Like I said, all my light tanks are passive. This tank is very fun. I can't wait to level this more. I like the look of it. It just, yeah. Compare the view range. Oh, this has more view range. I thought it was the other way around. Oh well. Onward to my Easy 8. E8, 483 E8. This tank, it was a long while before. Oh, hang on. All within like the past minute or so, I've had to stop and look at the stuff. But yeah, thank you everyone. It was a long time before I got this tank. When I was first grinding down the tech tree, the M3 Lee went to the it was the M4A1 that went to the E8 and the Jumbo. The E2, that's not the case anymore because they removed the Jumbo from the tree. But after the A1, I went to the Jumbo, and then the T20. I just completely bypassed the E8. And the biggest selling point was the armor. At the time, I wasn't thinking about things like dispersion, aim time, stuff of that nature. I saw the Jumbo, it had the extra armor, and I thought, well, I can just put a 76 on there and it'd be the same thing, which I did. I played my heart out on that tank, and I went to the T20. And even after the T20, I still didn't go back to the E8. I went to the Pershing, still did not go back to the E8. I went to the Patton. It was around this time that I went back to the E8. Actually, I think it might have been after that. It was a long while before I finally said, okay, I'll get the Easy 8. And I really wish I'd gotten it sooner, because it's one fantastic Sherman. It fixes the problems I have with the A1. The A3 is so much better. The A1, if you look at the dispersion values, I'll show you. Remember how horrible they are? 0.38, 0.35, 0.39, 0.35. It really, I don't know how to say it. It's just, I wish I'd gotten this before I got even a Jumbo. And I'll show you why in a second. 12 degrees gun depression. And like I said, 0.35 dispersion and 1.91 aim time. Now, I didn't use a gun rammer, and I know players will show H. Be right back, everyone. Right back. Just wait. I'm back. Oh, thank you, Boges. Yeah, I've been at my laptop so long that it's already 5:47. But not to worry, I'll still keep going. I knew eventually one of my family was gonna call for me, which it's fine, it's unexpected. But I rushed back. Okay, I would get a gun rammer on this, but I wanted more aiming. As a TD main, I'm not against DPM, I'm really not, but I love accuracy. So pretty much sums it up as to why I'm not using a gun rammer. The camo Dawn over, was it Nadanang? I'm probably butchering that. If there's any Koreans who watch this, please let me know how to pronounce that. I got it from the American missions back in, is it August, I think? And I wanted my Sherman to be as close as it could be to the M4 Shermans of the Korean War. Because when we read about the Korean War, at least when I did, Shermans pretty much dominated T-34s. Their guns would go right through the front. And all the Shermans they used were E8s or M4A3 76s. I guess they were all standardized by that point. If you know the military, the designation E means experimental. So during World War II, the I believe it was the suspension, the horizontal one, that was experimental before they standardized it. It's like the E2. This was a experimental configuration. But either way, I wanted more aim time, and I'll show you why I prefer the E8 to the E2. See this dispersion? 0.34. So if you thought 0.39 was bad on the M4A1, it's even worse. And players will say, oh, why not use the howitzer? Well, once again, I'm not the biggest fan of howitzers. And I like the penetration. It's a little low for tier 6, but I make it work. And before you ask, yes, I'm using the stock mantlet turret. But that's another problem I have with this tank. Because I'm using the stock turret, I cannot get the good 76. See, the dispersion on this is 0.43. And that's 0.4. And DPM also goes up. I wish I could get the top 76, but the mantlet is just so good on this tank. I love it. And the E2 used to be one of my favorite Shermans, but it was before I got the E8, and then I got the E8 and it quickly became my favorite. See, I used to love the E2 so much, I put a female crew member in it. And she's grinded out so far. Giggity. That it's because I used to love this thing. I even got a star on it. This was my favorite variant. Thunderbolt's fairly new. I got this within like the past 2-ish months, 3, maybe not even that. One thing I like about this is, well, the armor of course, but I found a trick with the camo. I'll show you. So you remember the Gamescom 2018, right? Or this camo? Well, it automatically gives you the 2018 stamps on it and the red badges. Well, not on this tank. The Thunderbolt emblems and star, they cover it up. So now it's basically an ice shelf camo. That was a cool little trick I learned. If you have a Thunderbolt and the Gamescom 2018 camo, and you do not like seeing the 2018 sticker on it, place it on your Thunderbolt. It'll go away. It's a neat little trick I learned. This tank, I did place a gun rammer on it because it didn't really have aiming issues. This is like a Sherman that wanted more armor and better accuracy, which I'm really not complaining. And it's to the point where I don't have to worry about accuracy. I still need an aiming unit, but I can use rammer now. Oh yes, Volga stock turret is very good. Alright, tell you what everyone. Once I'm done reviewing all my tanks, I will try to load into a battle, and it'll be viewer's choice. My ping will probably be insanely high, but I'll show you why I'm not loading into a battle. But at the end, once I'm done reviewing all my tanks, viewer's choice, but tier 1 to 9. You pick the tank in my garage, bring it out, you can see how horribly that will go. Okay, this tank, I really wasn't planning on getting it, but Wargaming at the time said it was becoming a premium. And I thought, well, if that's the case, I guess I can grind towards it. This tank is like... This tank is like a watered down Cromwell. If you don't have a Cromwell or Cromwell B for skirmish, this is the next best thing. In fact, it plays very, very, very similar to a Cromwell. And I originally really was just ignoring it. But like I said, Wargaming said, oh, it's going to become a premium, which of course we all know wasn't the case, but I got it, so yeah. It's got sloped armor, but that's false hope. 60 angled at 45, it looks like. I'll probably squeeze out 80 hull armor out of this. If you're going up a slope, it's got 8 degrees gun depression, so maybe squeeze out 90. 100? Maybe not. Reload's longer than I remember. Either way, it's just basically the German version of a Cromwell. I would have gone with an aiming unit, but see, dispersion's 0.33, that's what's in my tolerance. Aiming time though? Yeah, I needed a laying drive. I don't normally play this much anymore. Oh no, now that I see it. Hang on. It's family again. I hate to do this to you. I'll be right back, chat. Starting to get close to dinner where I'm at. But I'll still try and get through all my tanks. Okay, the A46. The gun on this tank is terrible. In fact, it might as well be a tier 5 light tank. But the camo on it is actually pretty sweet. 28. So for this tank, as much as some really aggressive players, they really would not like to hear this, but really, you can't really invest in the gun on this tank. It's just terrible. Concealment, though. Concealment is very nice. It's like a light tank that said, screw gun, I just want a cloaking shield or something. But it fits with my usual passive build for light tanks. I've had good games in it, but you'd probably want a Type 64 over it. I'd take a T-37 over it. It's not bad, it's very sneaky. This tank can actually really be really sneaky. You see my T-37. See my T-37 24. T-21. Oh, that's 26. And then where are you? A-46. 28. See? This tank can be very sneaky. If you need a spotting mission done, you can get away with a lot in this tank. But it's a reward tank. Yeah, it's a reward tank. Is it reward or premium? Yeah, it's reward. It'll go through that phase of everybody hating it, and then after a while they'll say it's mediocre, and then after that they'll say it's okay. A lot of reward tanks seem to go through that, but this tank might as well have a cloaking shield. Screw weapons, we want to be invisible. Firefly. This is another tank I went towards because Wargaming said it was becoming a premium, which it never did. Also, the camos from this month's tank award, which just ended 2 days ago, I think. I love the abstract it has going for it. Abstract look of this camo. But I really wasn't planning on getting this. It was around the time where I said I'm just gonna be a Sherman collector, but I'll probably get it some other time. And then right after that, Wargaming said this is becoming a premium. I don't know if anybody remembers that. This was back in March, was it, of this year? But of course it never did, so I got it and I grinded it a fair bit. Standard medium tank loadout for me. With aiming unit, I can get dispersion down to 0.34, but with Brothers in Arms, it'll probably go down to 0.33. I do not regret getting it. I just wish it had more gun depression. With your other Shermans, you can get away with that ridge lining. With this tank, you can't. This has Russian level gun depression, and I just do not like it. Well, I somewhat like the tank, I just do not like its gun depression. I will forever be against gun depression that is below -8, -7, -8. -8's really on the lower end of my book. Cromwell B. This is basically my skirmish tank. If someone says they need a fast medium for skirmish, this is what I bring out. I wanted something other than coated optics, because I felt like I could do more with the gun, but then I looked at the gun and the gun's perfectly fine. So I went with optics, and well, I'm not complaining for more view range. I consider view range to be the meta, but also that competes with speed. But I will take view range over speed. Another reason I have optics. Tog 2. Hot dog. Hot dog, Tog. This is my meme tank. ME. I bring this out for... Okay, when me and Clan Homie are just messing around in skirmishes where we're not taking it seriously, It's all good there. Oh, thank you, Boguez. That's always good to hear. Boguez is one of my homie clan players. He's cooler than cool. Everyone, shout out to Boguez. Anyway, the TOG is just when I want to mess around and I'm not taking things seriously. Although we had this one match where I brought out a TOG and we had so much hit points that this really added to it. The enemy kept hitting us, and we still had more hit points than them, and it allowed us to take them all out. That was a glorious match. Okay, reasoning behind my build. Well, this tank is very, very, very slow. To the point to where I'm starting to lose my voice again. Okay, this tank, it's super slow. I think turbocharger would give it false hope. But I figure if I'm gonna be basically a turtle speed tank, I can at least try and spot the enemy that's heading towards me. So I gave it optics. I didn't reach that 400 meter view range for it, but 396 at tier 6, that's not horrible, right? It's on the lower end, but yeah. Plus, since I'm so slow, and I really don't want to get tracked in these things. Look at these tracks, they're so wide. Hardening straight in the survivability slot. Plus 65% to suspension durability. Be right back again. Sorry. Okay. Family does not understand how live streams work. I'll go past the TOG. There wasn't much else to say about it anyway. Brett Panther. Well, it's a Panther, but it's been moved 1 tier down, or 1 tier lower. You also are using its historical gun. It's not a bad tank. I've brought it out a number of times. I actually brought it out a lot, but recently I haven't been playing it much. Sometimes I even forget about it. Someone complained to me about not using vertical stabilizer on this tank. I told them this tank cannot even get vertical stabilizer. But see, it's nice aiming. The camo is default. It came with the camo. You can't even change it. I would have preferred a black, white, and violet camo, but yeah. ARL-44. You see this camo right here, tracks of my tiers? It's because its tracks, just like the B1, stick out so far forward and it's very easy to track. I thought about hardening, but its aim time is horrible in this. Look at this. 3.17. 3. Not 2, 3. I really want to use a laying drive, but I can't give up Vince or aiming unit because I want to keep its dispersion down low. And the gun laying drive didn't really help enough to warrant using it over an aiming unit. This was a hard tank to build, but I do like my ARL-44. I think it needs an aim time buff, but yeah. Despite its tracks like being very pronounced, I have had successful side scrapes in this. Believe it or not. I can picture some people, some players shaking their heads no. I do not get it either. I've had successful side scrapes. I don't want to say it all the time, but I've blocked a tier 7 heavy tanks. Like I'll side scrape and then the ricochet. Front plate is nice, but nobody's gonna aim there when they have the turret front and the tracks. What is the front plate? 120 sloped, probably 140. And tier 6, so they'll see tier 4 and 5 also. We'll see tier 8, but I went with the 90. And I'll show you the comparison as to why I went with the 90. 105, 90. Yes, this has more alpha, but look at its dispersion, 0.41. Look at the dispersion of 90.38. So for 300 alpha, I have to deal with less pin, a longer reload, worse dispersion, and no better aim time. For less alpha, I get better pin, better reload, better dispersion. I'll take it. I will take it. And with 212, it's very easy to pin. There are some things that it won't pin, but 212, this thing will go, the standard pin will go through the lower plate of an IS-3 as an example. So I do like the pin on this tank. I just wish its aim time was lower. 3. Oh well. Oh yes, everyone. Here is another clicker. I know players will shake their heads no to this because I have at least 4 or 5 SPGs. This tank is basically an M12 but 1 tier lower and on the French tree. Actually, I can compare those. I'll add this to comparison and compare it later. Or well, hang on, I'll just do it now since I'm talking about it. Where is my M12? Okay, so here's their gun. 700, 700, 39, 39. Stun is almost exactly the same. Maximum stun, see? Almost exactly the same. The M12 will fire quicker. That's probably to balance this thing out, but the AMX 13F3, if you want if you wanted an M12 1 tier lower, this is it. So the aiming and dispersion are going to be a little different. It's probably to balance it out, but the guns feel very similar, especially when they hit. This is probably my second favorite SPG in the game. My first being the M12. Sorry, M44 players. I know you love your stat padding box thing of an SPG, but I like the M12 more. It has more stun, more shell velocity, and due to it being at a higher tier, I can, and don't hate me for this everyone, but due to it being at a higher tier, I can farm more. I'm sorry. If you see me at an M12 on the enemy team, it is not personal. Just know that. This being 1 tier lower, it's more speedy than M12. In essence, it kind of looks similar to it with the big gun hanging out. G2. You really have to pay attention to stats to look at this. There have been players who dismissed this tank, but look at its pen. 155 pen at tier 6. And with 10 gun depression. Now, it's dispersion. I cruise right there. I need a few more battles and then I can get its dispersion down to 0.33. This is a very underrated tank. For the build, I'm torn between turbocharger and grousers. I can't reach consensus. It's sort of right there. It's not heavy enough to warrant grousers, but then it's heavy enough to warrant grousers. It's, you know, that hidden stat terrain resistance where you go over mud, snow, ice, water, go up hills, whatever. Your speed is reduced by 10, 20, 25 kph. Well, with grousers, that takes that away. So instead of whatever the speed might be, plus 15, I won't lose all of it. Instead of 20% speed loss due to terrain, it'll now just be 5. So this grousers helps me get out of situations very easily, and I can, since it also improves turning, I just turn around and go from 0 to, what is this? 0 to 45 quite easily, or at least close to 45. It'll greatly reduce terrain resistance, but not 100%, although I do not have off-road driving, so when I get that I'll see. But I am thinking about turbocharger. This tank is right at the line for that. With 155 pen, this thing will go through a lot. If you're thinking about a Japanese medium for mid-tier, its gun is friendly. Its armor is not, but its gun is. I think last night I had a game in this where I made 1.4k in damage. I think they were also spamming HE at me, which didn't do as much. Oh well, moving on. Heavy tank number 6. I think I got this from Tank Awards. Like 99% certain I got this from Tank Awards. Yeah, I did, I remember. It was back in July or something like that. This tank's gun is... This tank's very valuable for skirmish. See its DPM 2360 with 120 alpha and a 5.59 second reload. If you bring this into skirmish, you can really deal some damage with this. Take note, skirmishers. This is a skirmishing tank, like the Cromwell B. Not much to say about it. It's aim. Hang on. Other than its aim time, which, yes, it's 1.91, but just getting to that, I had to use a lane drive. But this tank, very valuable, very viable during skirmish. Type 64. Oh, everybody knows this tank. This is the golden gem light tank of tier 6, and I've played it a lot. I love this little... I don't want to say go-kart. It uses the Sherman gun and the Hellcat turret, see? Although I think it's been modified. And then a T42 hull, I think. Either way, this light tank just dominates. It just wrecks. Look at this view range, 521. Mobility, 72. Concealment, 26. Well, it's not up to there with the A46 just yet. See, A46 is 28. But this tank, it's still, this is a beast of a light tank at tier 6. This, if you can get this light tank, you can complete light tank missions with this. Players will see this tank and know you can be a real threat. Using the touchdown camo on it. Okay, Boogie. Also, if I'm going too fast, everyone let me know. I'm starting to speed it up because it's getting past 6 for me, but I do want to get through my takes, so yeah. Boogie. There's a problem with the Top Gun on the Boogie, and I'll show you why I deem it sort of a false, I don't know. Okay, so here's the Top Gun on the Boogie, 100mm. Players will see Alpha and think, oh my goodness. And then they'll see 168 pen. That's the AP shell. The HE shell is 53. 168 is a little bit higher than 156, of course. But here's what you have to give up. 0.4 dispersion for the 90. 0.5 dispersion for the 100mm. Look at that difference. So, for what's that, 12 more pen? For 12 more pen, you now have to deal with 0.5 dispersion instead of 0.4. I couldn't do it. So I ignored the 100mm and went for the 90. The 90 is still very valuable at tier 6. With 240 alpha, it'll hit hard. But with 0.4 dispersion, I couldn't even get a gun rammer on this. I had to get an aiming unit and a laying drive. Just getting it to 0.35, and that's with Brothers in Arms. Yeah. If you're going for the Boogie, my recommendation is the 90. Again, it's still very valuable. You won't get the alpha, but 240 is really not bad at tier 6. As an M36 main, I can vouch for 240 alpha. Yes, I had to reference my M36. Poodle's basically Brattain Panther. I don't know what else to say about it. It's, yeah, just picture a Brattain Panther but with a Polish skin, and there you go. As a matter of fact, see the loadout, exactly the same. Only reason the crew is in this level than this because I have not played it as much as this. But they're just carbon copies, or copy and paste. Someone from Wargaming just hit Control-C, Control-V, and there we go. And we'll train a Polish crew, so there you go. Hang on one moment. Bandwidth is acting up. Alright, there we go. I got a ping spike. Yeah. Alright, Starve 74. A lot of players will have, I don't know, maybe optics on this thing? I don't know. But I had to go for the hardening because it's very easy to track this thing. Someone could shoot right here, and then these tracks on the sides, though if you hit right here, you can get tracked. Hit right here, tracked. Hit right here, tracked. I couldn't take it. If you want to use a different loadout, that's fine. Just my recommendation, hardening. What else? This has really good pin for its tier. 148. I think that puts the pin on the E8 to shame. 150 alpha, also very nice. I think this is a tank worth keeping. The tank that came before, what was it? Tier 10? Maybe. Hang on one. Okay, let's see, Starvin 42. I didn't hate this tank. I didn't really. I think since I had the Polish tier 5, I don't think I really needed this. Oh, is it still showing my MOE on this? Because I like 90% certain I got a mark of excellent on this. I might. 115. See, it's 150 alpha. This isn't really a bad tank. I can't remember why I sold it. I think it's because of other tanks. But the Star 74 is definitely worth keeping. Okay, we're going into tier 7 now. How you doing, Hunter, anyway? Yeah, I remember. Paul. I would, but I don't have the bandwidth. But I told everyone that I'll run one game after I get done showcasing all my tanks. Just one, though. Can see how horrible the lag and bandwidth will be for me. It'll be a nightmare, but I'll show you after I'm done showcasing my tanks. But I know I'm gonna regret doing that because my ping will likely just go straight up to 999. Okay, the T25-2. This is my favorite tier 7. I recently discovered something about this tank that seems so obvious that I didn't think of. And when somebody told me it over Discord, it just seems so obvious. This tank suffers from horrible ground resistance. Anybody who's played it will tell you that it feels kind of sluggish. And you look at mobility, you'll see 56 and think, oh, that's pretty fast. Then you'll play it and you think, oh, this is kind of slow. The terrain resistance is so insanely bad, it's got to be one of the worst in the game for terrain resistance. I gave it a Grouser, and it just completely 180. I can get around so much better. It just changed, and it's something so obvious that I thought to myself, why didn't I think of that before? It used to be I'd see speeds of like 42. Now I see speeds of like 49, 50, 55. If you're going for this tank, everyone, Grousers. Don't think about it. Just try it with Grousers. It needs it. It needs Grousers. But the T25-2, I consider it to be the bigger brother of the M36. So 90mm, but with 10 more pen. Reloads tiny bit faster. All the stats are similar to an M36. It's just slightly, very tiny better, like all across the board. Slightly better speed, slightly better pen, slightly better reload. Yeah, I guess the only thing that it can't match is dispersion and hit points. Or no, it does. The hit points are better. Dispersion on the M36 is better. But I still take the M36 over the T25 too. View range is... Well, my M36 view range is 499. This is 14 more. So take that for what you will. For camo, it's a sniper and it wears a hat. So I gave it a little feather. So it can have like a hat with a feather in it while it snipes. Players can complain about this tank, but it's acquired taste and I really do like this tank. Okay, T71DA. Oh, hang on. I'll be right back, everyone. Oh, you're welcome, Boguez. Thank you for taking the time to actually watch my live stream. I think in Discord, players were complaining. Like, but still, thank you, Boguez. It did mean a lot to me. Okay, for light tanks, T71DA is my favorite in the game. I call it my moon rover. Mainly because of the camo, but it's got my standard passive build, low noise, and binocs. 518 view range. I consider it great all around, and I think it's better than the AMX 1375. Because here, I'll show you. I'll add them both to the previewer list. Okay, 150 pen, 135 pen, 145, or no, 150 damage, my apologies, 150 damage, 135 damage, 145 pen, 144 pen. Rate of fire, it doesn't surprise me, this one is like this is 0.07 faster than the DA, but I don't think that makes that much of a difference. This one has shorter reload, the AMX 1375, probably because it has a smaller clip. The T71DA is a 6-shot, whereas the 1375 is a 4-shot, magazine-wide. This one has 7 gun depression, which is better than the 1375 at 6. Okay, aim time, not too much of a difference, 0.93 to 0.83. Same with dispersion, it's 0.36, 0.35, it's not that much of a difference. Half the time I'm not even going to be using my gun, half the time. Hit points 10 more, that's not much of a difference. Okay, mobility. This will go 64, this will go 61. More engine power, so this will go 0 to 64. Way more than this will go 0 to 61. Okay, see, DA has more concealment, 25 to the, well wait, hang on, does the 75 have camo? Do I have a camo on it? Let me try it. Okay, I didn't, that's probably why. Okay, let's see concealment now. Yeah, see, even with the camo, the DA still beats the 1375. And view range, once again, DA beats 1375. Just all around, I prefer the DA over the 1375. And I know for many tankers, the 1375 has a soft spot in their heart. They likely dominated in it. It's so much better. If you do not have the DA, the T-71 Detroit Arsenal, I'd give it a chance. It deserves a chance. At least give it that. Because when you play it, you're gonna go in and say, oh yes, it's just way better. If you don't believe me, like I said, just give it a chance. Okay, T20. Camel look like that? Okay. This is a very powerful medium tank. In fact, some players would probably call it overpowered. I've had some really good games in this tank, and I'd consider it one of the best tier 7 medium tanks, if not for the CS44. But I'll get to that. This one, it's very fast. You can get in and out of positions very quickly. My clanmates is right. Carl, one of my clanmates. I got distracted. This very powerful medium tank, if you're going for it, you'll want to keep it. BIA it. It's pretty sweet. You can get to point A to point B very quickly. It'll turn very quickly. It's got nice alpha. It actually uses the M36 gun. And yeah, I could keep saying nice things about it because its aim time, 2.1 seconds, is not bad. Dispersion's 0.35. I could get it down to 0.33 if I used improved aiming, but this thing can move so quickly, I think a vertical stabilizer would be better, so jury's still out on that. It also has -10 gun depression, 160 pen, and then it's got the 243 APCR. It's just very nice. Okay, the T29. This is a very powerful medium tank. It's actually really good. I got this tank and only because I heard it was very good and I played it and I thought, wow, this thing's amazing. I went BIA and then repairs because it's every tank I'm going to be brawling. I figure repairs would be the smart thing to do. I'm not going to prioritize view range first because well, if you're brawling in it and you go to where the other heavy tanks are, they're going to be right up in your face. So yeah, the repairs would be my second skill, but if you all can think of something better and tell me why, I'm happy to hear you out. This is a very hull down tank. Its frontal plate is very squishy, might as well be butter, but its matlet is very powerful. Its whole frontal turret will just bounce anything less than 290, 280 pin. It's probably not going to go through this matlet. That might be a little much. Let me see. 279 turret armor. Okay, yeah, 280. You'll need 280 or more to go through this turret, at least from the front. Sides, 127. That's still very powerful. This thing has a very strong turret. Got a star, as you can see. Okay, for equipment, I didn't like the dispersion on it, so aiming unit and vents and survivability to further bring that down, and gun rammer because logic. Okay, M56 Scorpion. This tank is semi-turreted. It cannot rotate 360, but it has a wide arc, and it sits on this stand which you can turn. Normally I would say camo net for a lot of tank destroyers, but I think rotation mechanism works so much better on this. It's got a very potent gun, or pen wise, 219. It'll go through a lot. Reload's not bad either. Although, keep in mind, that took me quite a grind to get to 6.47. Dispersion's very nice. This is a very accurate tank destroyer. Okay, T-28 heavy tank concept. I just call it the T-28 concept. It's a nice camo. See, it came with its own unique camo. This tank took me about 2.5 years to get. To play this tank, you really have to hide these bubble MG port type things. They're a weak spot. But what you could do is you get behind cover and then you angle your tank at like 50 or whatever degrees. So this will be behind the wall, and then since you're angling, that will be covered. So this plate and this plate is what the enemy will have to shoot at. This lower plate's like 200. 200. A 203 angled to 10, 15 maybe. And this upper plate, that's probably 300 just because that's insanely sloped. This tank suffers from accuracy issues, so it got to the point to where I couldn't have rammer in the firepower slot. I had to have either improved aiming or vents, and it didn't really matter either or, because watch, I'll show you. Okay, this is saying 0.34. 0.35. If it had just a slightly more reload, I'd probably put aiming unit in the firepower slot, but the reload is slow enough as it is. I have to wait 8.22 seconds every time I fire this thing. which it has no gun depression, C4.4, but this tank is weird. It just works. And I love the way it looks. It's like a Star Wars tanker or something. Or this could easily pass for being in Star Wars, from my point of view. I love the look of it. M12. Favorite SPG in the game? Bows and Arms first, then Camo or Concealment Perk. I used to have Concealment on it, then we got IRM, so I switched that out. It really helps with the aiming, especially when retargeting. Stun's pretty sweet. Let's see, maximum stun 23. If you're trying to complete a stunning mission, this is the tank to do it in, or SPG. It also has a very high shell velocity. 490, almost 500. Most SPGs won't have that high of a shell velocity. In fact, let me go to my other SPGs. My tier 9, what do you have? See, 440. 470. 435. 490. The shell will get to point A to point B very quickly. And if I need to retarget, like I said, IRM, it's pretty sweet. The SP1C, or SPIC, as many players have told me they call it. I was not planning on getting this tank, at least not anytime soon. But I wanted to complete the light tank mission for the T28 concept, and I looked around. I thought maybe a higher tier light tank would be the way to go. So I went with this. It's tier 7, and my Type 64 was not going to do it. Neither was my A46 Chaffee. It was not going to do it. Actually, I don't even think the types are the Chaffee qualified. I think it had to be tier 6 or up. But I got this tank. It had nice view range. Well, mine doesn't because the crew's still building up. Played it. It's not bad. Oh, sorry, y'all. I almost dropped my phone. It's not bad. That's all I can say about it. It's not bad. I haven't really played it too much, but gun's nice. It feels like if this tank was at tier 5, I could see it being a tank destroyer. Very Panther M10. I recently made a joke about this. This tank, the Halloween tank, it dressed for Halloween. It wanted to be what it always wanted to be, an M10. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. But yes, it's in disguise, but the extra pieces on the side of it can be treated as spaced armor. This thing is just covered head to toe or head to track in spaced armor. See this line right here? Spaced armor. All that hollowed out spaced armor. Spaced armor on the turret, spaced armor on the side, spaced armor on the rear. I think this little piece is doubly spaced armor. I cannot tell if the mantlet is spaced armor, but I'm leaning towards yes. I think what they might have done is just made a hollowed out pyramid elongated type shell and just stuck it on the mantlet. I cannot tell though. I think that might be spaced armor. It's at tier 7 and it uses the second Panther's gun. Oh, hi Carl. Let me wave to you. Camera's right there. I'm talking about the Panther M10. I've been going from my tanks from tier 1 to tier 10 and I'm currently at 7. So I'm slowly making my way up the list. Yeah, this is what I look like. I've been playing with my OBS Studio. This tank, it'll have preferential matchmaking, I believe, so even though it's tier 7, it won't see tier 9. Unless you're in a platoon, then it will. Okay, this tank I got from the Battle to Berlin event. I don't hate it. It's okay. It has horrible aiming issues. I wanted to use an aim unit, which that wouldn't really help because its dispersion is 0.43. I went with a gun-laying drive because it's about all I could do, and a rammer because even if I can't aim, I at least want to shoot something. And Vince because Vince, it helps all around. It's an IS-2 with spaced armor. So if someone shoots you with HE in this square, or that little one, or even this roof, it'll deal reduced damage. It's basically just an IS-2 premium with screens on it. Yeah. Okay, AT-15A. I used to not pay attention to this tank. In fact, I don't really play it that much, but what do you mean? I would like this tank if it had aiming. It look at its dispersion, Carl. It's 0.43. I'll aim at something. I'll aim at something and watch the shell fly right over. And I'll just sit there and think, why? Okay, AT-15A, which is not American, Carl. I don't like it. It's got fantastic armor, and the gun can traverse. I just wish it was turreted. It's somewhat grew on me, somewhat. Not enough to make me say it's my favorite tank destroyer, even top 10. It's okay. See the crew I did play it. It's little. Yeah. MX 1375. This used to be my favorite light tank in the game before the DA. But like I compared with the DA earlier, I think the stats on the DA are better than the 75. But what's wrong, tank? I have good memories in this tank. And like I said when I was talking about the DA, the 1375 has a warm place in a lot of tankers' hearts. It's a really fun tank. I kept mine. That's how much I approve of this tank. I took out the camo to place it on something else, but I kept this tank. It meant that much to me. This was a fun tank. It doesn't have the gun depression of a DA. Doesn't have the damage per shot. It can't hold as much shells per clip. Pin's only 1 point less. But it's one of those things you can't really let go, and I like it. Okay, Hotchkiss EBR. I do not know how to play this tank. I really do not. And Carl and Chad can attest to seeing me get utterly obliterated in this tank. It's just, yeah. I gave it a female crew member thinking, oh, that'll really help. Even 6 cents, and I just, I cannot do it. It's very easy to get your wheels damaged in this tank, so I gave it improved hardening. See, as you see, plus 50% suspension durability, plus 50% to repair speed. And if they ram me, it's minus 50%. So that was my logic for hardening. Its view range is terrible. 324 at tier 7. And it also suffers from turning issues. So it'll go backward, same as it can forward, but it can't turn, it can't see. It's easy to slow it down, especially after the 1.10 update, was it? I think they nerfed all the wheels to where if they get shot, then the armored car is moving slower. But I grinded towards it. If I'm in a platoon with my clan, which shout out to all the mutts, if I'm in a platoon and they want to bring out their armored car, I'll just say to myself, oh, it's gonna go horrible, but I'll do it anyway. I must be a glutton for punishment. It's perfect for yes. You run into the enemy and explode. There you go. Or you get fortune and you can get out and get in a few shots, in which case you go back in and then you explode. Okay, Chiri. This tank is what I call a meme. It uses an autoloader, but it's unique in that it can use a gun rammer. So it's an autoloader with an 8-second reload. So I'll get 3 shells out, 8 seconds, 3 shells, 8 seconds, 3 shells. This thing can fire insanely quick. And 155 pen for tier 7. If you're high on the roster, it's pretty sweet. If you're low, your options are limited. But it just 155 is like right there for me. But it's the gun, the speed, and this thing just pops out shells like I do not know what. And I've had fun in this tank. If you get it though, it has horrible terrain resistance. That's why I went with the Grousers. I would have went with Turbocharger. Never got 3 tier 8 premium tanks from 30. Jeez. Oh, I'm kind of jealous. I can't wait to open my crates that you got me, which thank you, Carl. I owe you. I always owe you. Yeah, the armor's paper. This, don't rely on armor. Just don't. Give it Grousers and just run by enemies and pop 3 shells. And I ran around a heavy tank, and it was trying to traverse its gun, but I had Grousers, and I just went right around the thing and hit it with 3 shots and went back in the cover. And it was still turning its gun too. I think that's how you play this tank. Just wait for an opening to encircle them, use its memeish autoloader, and then within 8 seconds you have 3 shells again. I don't know of any autoloader that reloads as quickly as this thing, but I know it's an acquired taste. 2,290 DPM. Like I said, it's an acquired taste, but I kept it because I like it. If you get it, give it Grousers though. I would say turbocharger, but it's armor's paper, so you really don't want to be up front too quickly. Get Grousers, let your tanks go ahead of you, and then since you have Grousers, you won't have that slowdown effect. So you'll go around very quickly without slowing down when you're flanking, and then you can quickly get back into cover. Open the crate. Let me see. Are they there? I'll probably have to go to the premium shop. Hang on. Call. Hang on, this is still loading. Still loading. It's probably still loading because I'm live streaming, so that's using up like bandwidth. Hang on one moment. Okay, I'm at the page and I gotta log in. Okay. And there we go. Let's see what I got. Hang on. Alright, Carl, here we go. Opening. Come on, come on. 100 gold. I'll take 100 gold. Oh, booster. Wait, does it cost 100 gold to reopen? See, I want to click reopen, but then does it cost 100 gold to reopen? I feel like if I just want 100 gold and then I have to give it up to reopen, that's kind of disheartening. Well, I don't want to give up the 100 gold I just won. Okay. Oh, 100 gold again. I'll take the 100 gold. 3 days of premium? I will take it. Take it. $100 gold. Wow. Oh, that was... Wait, so if I redo it, I'll get back the 100? Okay, I'll give it a try. If it's not good, I'll re-roll it. 100 gold. One day I'll reopen it. Reopening. Oh, that's even felt cheated than that one. Oh, Wargaming. I'm really loving the gold. Really not complain. Demounting kit. Why not? Why not? Are you kidding me? This RNG is terrible. This is the machine going against me, Carl. I went through half my box. See, I want to re-roll, but then it takes the gold I just won, and that hurts. Is there an RNG booster I can get? I'll reopen. Please be something good. You keep giving me credits. I don't. I'll reopen every other box so I can save some of the gold that I'm winning. I only got 2 left, but come on, come on, come on. Yes, gold. More gold. I always need more gold. Okay. You're getting. What gives with them in credits? Well, gold and more premium. I will take it. I'll take it. Uh, Let me see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Carl was kind enough to get me a gift. I have more gold than I did a few minutes ago, so thank you, Carl. I really owe you. That was nice of you, man. There's... Oh, let me see. Pages gotta reload. Actually, while it's reloading, I can turn on the light. I hope this wasn't too expensive, because I don't want you to waste your money on me, Carl. Alright, come on, RNG. 100 gold and... Why would you put boosters in these boxes working? $100 gold and... Come on, come on, come on. What is that? Oh, that's it. Okay, I'm reopening. My... It's like when I played the lottery and didn't win anything. Well, I'm winning something now, so... Come on, RNG. I should stop saying come on, RNG, because it's really not being friendly. Make it feel worth it, Wargaming. The T-77. I have seen that tank. It reminds me of a T-69. I suppose if I had to choose between credits and demounting kits, I'll take the credits. Yeah, although I can't hate on premium time. I'm just reopening every other box. Under gold and more credits. Yeah, I get it, game. You don't have to show it in my face. And the last box is gold and come on, come on, come on. What do you think, Carl? Reopen or keep? I'll let you decide. It's the last one. I don't know if Carl's still there. Reopen? Okay. And 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's way better. Okay. Well, thank you, Carl. I I owe you, Carl. I always owe you. 2,940 Carl. Oh my goodness. What are they saying in clan chat? Well, today was a good day. YouTube, anybody who took the time to watch. Oh yes, I will take it, Carl. I will take it. It is better than nothing. See, I have almost 3K gold. That I may not have gotten a tank, but it's the thought that counts. And I'm actually, I need to save up my gold more. Had to type that out also. I am grateful and thankful. I really owe you, Carl. Oh, 13 days of premium. Uh, wow. I, I'm kind of not the richest person. I'm actually poor, and I don't really have money to spend on video games. Everyone say video games are for diverting money. Video games are like way on the low end of my list. So having one of your friends gift you some boxes, that just that makes my day. I think that can make one's day. Look at the special battle you got. Oh, for the tiger. I have to do it after the live stream, cause I can live stream my garage, but I can't live stream a battle because the ping will be too high. I wish I could live stream battles. That would be fun. Let's see, what's my ping right now? Let's see, it's not even, see, 401. If I went in the battle with 401 ping, it's because I have bandwidth for either or, but not both. And in my garage, I can get away with it because nothing goes on in my garage. Oh, well, congratulations, Carl. I take it one of them's the T-77. Get a kill for me, man. I mean, I got in a tank, but someone got me boxes, so I got gold, so I'll take it. It's more than what I had 10 minutes ago. Okay, let's see, 7:14 p.m. I'm gonna try and get through all my tanks before I get something to eat, because it's kind of getting late here. I started this live stream at like 4 or something, and you notice I never played a battle, and I've just been showcasing tanks for the past 2 hours. Okay, I'd like to try the T-77, the AMX 105 CDA. What is that? Let me see what that is. Oh, it's French, so. AMX 105 CDA. Start at the top and work my way down. What? You're telling me you got this tank and then it's distracting? You said AMX 105 CDA and I'm just sitting there thinking, wow, what is that? I must find out what that is. Oh, here it is. I'm looking forward to that, Carl. It's always fun to platoon with you. I always look forward to that. This tank reminds me of a Stug. It's like a Stug that went to the gym and got serious about it. Gosh, that gun, that's quite the barrel. What is that? 390 Alpha? That's a 105. 260 pin. The destroyers, yeah, this thing definitely is a destroyer. 260 pen with 390 Alpha? If this thing had a turret, oh, I'd love it, but even still, the way it looks, not too shabby, not too bad. Oh, that reminds me. In SOTOR, Carl, I went with the Berserker armor set, so my smuggler is now a glass cannon. Who says glass cannons can't be cool? Okay, CS-44. This tank is basically a T-20 with armor, and it's very thick too. Look at that bust right there. And look at the rear. That's a big I'm sorry, but I gave it the eyes to make it off-putting and adorable at the same time. It's like, you see this tank looking at you, and it's like, I'm no harm to you, and pow. And then I wrote soon on the side. Love my adorable tank. Carl, if you're still watching, this is something Sky would do. I know she put a tank with eyes on it and a big mouth. Wasn't that her bulldog? I put eyes on my... You do not want this tank looking at you. But the CS44 is very underrated, everyone. It's a T20 that got armor. Just think of it as that. Actually, what's its mobility? 57? I think that's... Is that quicker than T20? Yeah, but only by 1 kph. This is just consider this a T20 with armor. The turret's very sloped. They'll give you trollish bounces. Just if you know how to play the T20, play this thing exactly like it. I'll have to join team training another time. The T70s. Actually, since I have the in-game comparison tool, I can do that. Is it tier 8? Because I've seen it, and yeah, there it is. Yeah, this is a T69 that went to the gym. It's even got a devious smile with its gun. I kill you now. 360. I'm gonna do the burst on this. How many shells do you get? 3? And it's a heavy tank? I'm still doing the burst. Okay, 360 times 3 gives it 1080 burst. That means if you're at full clip, since it's an autoloader and a tank is below 1000 HP, you can just rush it and kill the thing. That's pretty much how autoloaders work. They have a burst damage. So the T69 burst is like 960 or something like that. So any tank that's below 960 HP, it can just rush in and four-shot it because it's an autoloader. Same with a AMX 1375. Its burst is like 720, 740, somewhere along the 700 range. It's been so long. If you're at an AMX 1375 and the tank is 700 HP or below, you can just run in and burst it and just take it down. That's basically the playstyle of the autoloaders. Although this tank, what's its mobility? 48? Well, you couldn't run in and burst. This would be an interesting tank to play. It's if you ever picked on a T69, it went back to the gym and became this. It's like, hey, remember me? And then all the other tanks will look at it. What happened to you? I got jacked. The devious smile really adds to it. Tell me that does not look like an evil smile. Look at that. Even from the sides, well, from this side, I don't know, but it looks devious. Okay, P43 TR. This is the last tank I like in this line because after this you get the auto reloaders. Not auto loaders, auto reloaders. So yeah, I don't like reloaders very much. And I know some players will say, oh, they're easy to play. Oh gee, I wonder why. This doesn't have the reloader, so it's balanced in my book. And I like this tank because it has the fanny pack. Fanny pack. I gave it the autumn wind style. Yeah, Autumn Wind. $55 kph. Can it go that fast? I haven't played it in a few weeks, but 55? That was more like 45, but I'm not complaining. The faster, the better. 240 alpha for a tier 7 medium tank, that's not bad. It's no CS44, but it's still a pretty sweet tank. I had to use the improved aiming class 2 to get its dispersion down to 0.35. And that's after Brothers in Arms. 100% crew and Brothers in Arms and an improved aiming got it down to 0.35. It took that much just to get it down to there. Okay. Actually, how many of my clan members are on? Before this is over, I'll give them a shout out. Okay, tier 8, Pershing. Famous historical tank. I like the Pershing. A number of players will dismiss it because its top speed is 48. And that's only when it's going top speed, of course. You'll see numbers like 44, 45. I'd give it Grousers, but in this case, I like the accuracy more, and gun rammer, of course, because logic. And vents. Standard medium loadout for me, but it makes it work. T69. The I want to say baby T77. I like this tank. It needs more pen, but it's a nice tank. A lot of players, I myself have fun in it, but then a lot of other players, they'll say it's garbage and it needs more pen. It does need more pen. I wholly agree with that. I got a star on its Sparrow, and I can tell you, it needs more pen. 181 is just too low. I would have been happy with 191. That's still on the lower end, but just to show you how low 181 is. Super Pershing. Tank that went back to the garage and... yeah. Or not the garage, but the gym. It went back to the gym, got beefed up. Super Pershing's a hero. He's even wearing a mask. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, Super Pershing. Standard medium tank loadout for me. I haven't got it BIA, but this is a fun tank. It does have spaced armor on its lower plate, but you should still hide its lower plate. Its upper plate is tough except for the MG port. You'll need roughly 250 to go to the front plate. One moment. You know, it's saying 102, but then that's saying, or no, that's 127. And why is that saying 102? That's weird. See right here for turret armor, this has 127. And this does give you trollish bounces, the mantlet. This has been up armored, but it's stating less. I don't... really? It's weird. Okay, when fighting this, shoot these spring tubes right here. Spring tubes and MG port if you can. If you have more than 200, try the lower plate. Although that might need them. It's saying 102 for hull armor, but I don't think it's doing the lower plate. The lower plate is squishy, actually. If you have 190, Try the lower plate. Might not even need 200. Hang on. Okay, the T-32. A number of players used to dislike this tank, but I liked it, and Wargaming recently buffed it. It used to be the pen was 198, now it's 208. The DPM used to be, I want to say 2.1. I cannot remember at this point, but it's over 2.4 now, and that's without brothers in arms. So let me see. See, it used to be a 105 millimeter gun T5E1, but then they replaced it with a 45 version, and then with it came more pen. Okay, it's saying its base dispersion is 2043. The gun before that, I think it was 1900. Could have been 1700. But the T-32 was super buffed. They really just went out and buffed this tank to pretty sweet levels. My reload is now sitting at 7.93 seconds, which is really not too bad. Gave it the Babe emblem, because once you get this tank going, it's pretty sweet. I would have went for aiming unit, but this thing has such insane frontal armor. I thought, well, why not Spotliner? So when players shoot HE at your turret that cause damage, now it'll nullify it. It might not always work, but it'll work a lot of the times. And T-32's been buffed. If you played it in the past and didn't like it, try it again. It's pretty sweet. The Patriot, the capitalist tank. This tank feels like a really heavily armored medium tank. Well, it originally was a medium tank until they made it into a heavy tank. I think in real life the Pershing was a heavy tank for a while anyway. Like, for World War II, I think it was listed as a heavy tank. Like 99.999 actually. I'm 100% sure. But regardless, the Patriot is one of the highest credit making tanks in the entire game. You can lose and still make lots of money. I once joked and called this the capitalist tank. If you're low on money, just play this thing. Activate a booster, just watch the credits pour in. I can't think of any tank that has a higher credit gain ratio than this in the entire game. It makes credits that well. Indian Panzer. When I first started World of Tanks, I started with American, and then I went French, and then it was Swedish, I think. Can't really remember, but I didn't play much German. And then I was going through their tree for medium tanks, and I found this, and yeah, it's a gem. It's got -10 gun depression. Look at that dispersion. It is below 3.29. How many tanks have that in the game? No. Yes, there are tanks that have that, but how many have that low? 218 is not bad for tier 8. 150, also not bad. It looks very spacey to me, so I gave it the Ad Astra camo. T-54 first prototype. I used to play this a lot in Frontlines. Actually, I still do. It's a Russian tank, but it does not have the usual 5 or 6. It has 7, which I love. And this tank's very underrated. I do not play much Russian, but I wholly admit to liking this tank. If you need a tier 8 premium, it's got pretty sweet armor, and for a Russian tank, actual gun depression, and for a Russian tank, favorable dispersion. So this is a gem in the Russian tree for me. You can see by the crew. Yeah, I played it a fair bit. FV4202. I'm told it used to be a glass, or I was gonna say glass cannon because I was thinking of the style. I'm told this used to be a tier 10. Then they nerfed it and brought it down to tier 8. Turret's very trollish frontally. Gets easy to get bounces. Same with frontal plate, but it's British, so it's like most other British tanks, aim for the lower plate. But it's got one of the highest pinning guns at tier 8 for a medium tank. 230. That's kind of low. The T20 will give you 240. The Indian Panzer will give you 250. 230. Wargaming, I'd at least make it 240. At least that. But it's a nice premium. See, 0.3 dispersion, very nice. Aim time 0.2, again, very nice. Negative 10 gun depression, very nice. 6.58 reload, very nice. 226 pin, very nice. The bad news is 230 for the alpha damage, but even still, Wargaming just buffed the alpha damage by 10 points. 10, 20 points. Okay, Charioteer. This is a very expensive tank to play. And yes, it's at tier 8, which is also expensive, but look at the shell cost. 1,200 every time you fire a shell. So in 2 shots, you have spent 2,400 in credits. Oh, it gets worse from there. 5,200 for its premium shell. It is. If you're planning on firing a Tesh, which it's very powerful, 210 pen, and then look at the damage, 360 to 600. It's very powerful, but 2 shots. That's 10,400 credits. High explosives, also on the expensive side, it's nearly 1k credits. This is just for HE. So this tank is very, very, very expensive to field. But I do like it. It's a turret at TD. I really only use it in front lines. This tank, I play it passively, but instead of the usual rammer, or not rammer, but Vince, I went vision system. What I'll do is I'll get in the bush and wait for my binocs to deploy. As soon as they deploy, then that will work in conjunction with the vision system. So, yeah. Can have a lot of fun with this tank on the right map. But I know some players will play their bat chat very aggressively. It's just more my personal preference to play it passively. I don't have to shoot you, I just have to keep you lit and then farm for points. Alright, the Oho. I really wasn't planning on getting this tank, but for the Christmas event, I got this Santa Claus themed commander. So I wanted him to go on the Oho, so he can ho 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 and a Oho while Ohoing. Ho 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 ho. But yeah, that's basically my reasoning for getting this tank. I've brought it in the skirmish and had success in it. I also gave it the hardening because it's a very large target, and yeah, 1,870 hit points. It's a fun tank to meme around in, M-E-M-E. Udez 1405. This is my frontline tank for ranking. If I need to rank up in frontline, I bring this tank out. And see, just like the T-54 that I'd bring out for frontline, I'd bring out this, although this one a bit more. It suffered from aiming issues, but then when we got the aiming class, that brought the dispersion down to 0.33. So, yeah. Can't wait for frontline to return. I miss frontline. It's got the hydro pneumatic suspension, so I can aim the gun all the way down and it'll pivot forward, or aim it all the way back and it'll pivot back. What I can do, or like to do sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, is I'll sneak up to the ridge and use the hydro pneumatic suspension, just peek over and go 360 alpha. This gun hits hard, although the reload's really long, almost 10 seconds. 9.66. Okay, tier 9. This tank or SPG wasn't on my list, but after playing the M12 so much, I got the M40. And when I got the M40, I regretted it so much. I loathe the M40. So when I unlocked this, I instantly sold it, and this was pretty good. This is way better than the M40. This fixes some of the problems I had with the M40. M53, M55 is a very good SPG. Wouldn't be my favorite, but it's good. M40, the SPG before it, I did not like. I thought about using IRM on it, but I wanted to squeeze as much as I could for reload, so Benz instead. I got this tank just because how it looked, I think. It has almost no gun depression, but it grew on me. For those who do not have it, it plays very similar to the Char for Tier 4. It's actually, it feels like a weakened Char for Tier 4. There we go. Next up, the AMX Firster prototype. First prototype. This is a pretty sweet tank. I haven't played the Tier 10 version of this tank, but the Tier 9, I've heard nothing but good things about it, and I have brought it out a few times. It's alright. But I'm just a yellow player, so I'm sure players out there will be saying, "What do you mean? It's amazing." Oh yes. The modified configuration is more of a placeholder because it's very easy to penetrate the fuel tanks on it because they're right here. There's a fuel tank right here, and every time you take a hit and it pins, it'll go straight through your fuel tank. And I got tired of that, so I added configuration, and it helped alleviate it a little bit, but this is more of a placeholder while I decide what I want. I'm thinking improved aiming, but again, I do not know. I'll be right back, everyone. Okay, it's getting late for me. I've been streaming for hours, showcasing my tanks. Char for tier 4. It has a pretty high speed, 60. And I wanted to maintain that speed, so I went with Grouser. And Bounty Ventilation to help with its reload, since it cannot use a gun rammer. And I thought about improved aiming, but its dispersion is already really nice on its own. So I passed on that and instead opted for spotting. 431. The fun little tank. I'm actually glad I got it, or grinded it. It's not a premium, it's a reward vehicle, so no extra credit gain, sadly. After playing my UDES 1405 so much, I unlocked this, and let's see, it's got the stock turret and stock gun. I only play it once, twice, something like that. I'll grind it at some point. Not much to say on this. Yeah, it's. I haven't played it much, and I don't really plan on playing it right now anytime soon. Okay, M48 Patton. This is actually a tank I like in real life. This probably be my second favorite tank in real life. That's actually why I got it. I really hated the M46 Patton, at least how they have it currently in game. I got the M46 Patton because I like that tank in real life. But see, it's only got 218 pen at tier 9. There are tier 8s with more pen than this, and they're medium tanks. I could not do it. I couldn't. So once I finished this, I immediately got the M48, and well, it's way better. Let me show you my service record. No, wait. See, this is the only tier X I have. Tier 10. And we go to the statistics and infographs, and 4 battles in it. 4 out of 13,799. It's because tier 10 is so insanely expensive that I just... Well, I have 11 million credits right now, so I might bring it out again. Anytime I start going above 7 million, I start getting liberal with things. Like playing this. This is an expensive tank, and if you lose, it'll cost you so many credits. But I love it so much. And yeah, it is one of my favorite tanks in real life. I think this tank just looks awesome. But there we have it. All of my tanks, tiers 1 to 10. My #1 favorite tank. Thank you all for watching this. Thank you, Carl, for getting me the boxes. Even if I didn't get a tank from it, I got almost 3k gold, so that meant a lot to me. Thank you, Carl. I would show a battle, but like I said, I cannot live stream and play tanks at the same, or go in the battle at the same time. See my ping. Once I stop streaming, that'll go down to probably like 50, 60 or whatever. Anyway, if ever anyone has a video request for tanks or SOTOR, let me know. I'll try and make one. And take care, everyone.